Even for the people online, you can search mentimeter.com and enter this code 55849200. Hope everybody's there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. No prayers already there. I had 17 something. Okay, you can start. The question will be appearing there and you will be answering based on the speed.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
Have it here.
Canva is not an LMS, though it has an AI. So the faster you answer it, the more marks you get. LLM stands for Large Language Model. Who is Ines? Ines? No. The time where he's online. Meaning 3 questions. The first study moments.
Yeah.
Ines.
This is cheating.
I'm wrong. The last question. Yeah.
I think he has more marks so far.
And he's online.
He's online.
Yeah.
Automatically chat GPT.
Which prompt is very short? Jotam?
Yes, please.
Jotam is the winner.
Second round. First round and second round.
It's Ines.
Nice.
Yeah. That was it. Jotam, Ines, and me. The person called me. So thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. Some people are not happy. What happened last night? Some are tired
No, because of
of mentally. We need a break.
Not really. Ready now. For me, I feel much better than yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready than yesterday.
Oh, you're ready then. Yes. Nice.
I have a comment
Yes. Yes.
about this morning questions. Why can't we go through one by one to check if the answers are correct?
Oh.
Instead of competition, first person. We are here to learn, we are not here to compete.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my
Yeah. Good comment.
Yeah.
So usually it's not like a competition. These are just for warm up. But also if there are questions that are a bit confusing, you can ask. Okay. That was a good question. Does anyone have a question on the quiz or from yesterday's session? Maybe you forgot about something that you feel like it's important. Yes, sir.
I would suggest for the interesting time management, if you give us a piece like the one you gave us yesterday, I would suggest that we work on it together, all of us. Then after that, you give us another piece for us to be referred to the one we worked on together. Maybe it will help us to speak so that we cover so many things.
Okay. Yeah, that's good feedback. So you're saying we first do something like a group
Together, yes.
Then we ask maybe even questions.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good. So going forward.
You see, yesterday it was starting, first of all, but we have not saved our time as huge.
Yeah.
So I think, if possible, we can take a short break again. Then we continue until 15 when we go to close our session. You know, 1 hour, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, 1 hour for lunch. Maybe you spend an hour, 2 hours.
So your comment is we take a lot of breaks. Really? Is the lunch break long? 1 hour?
Can I contribute there? So if the 11 a.m. break is optional, if you don't want it, you can just move. We stay with only one break at 1 p.m. Then we come back at
So you can do that one on 1 p.m.
that would mean that we leave here at around 3 p.m. And you continue throughout the whole day without going for break. And if we did that, would everyone vote for it? That's the problem.
So you're saying we take breaks, many breaks, and still prolong up to 4, right? So you are saying instead we take less breaks or no breaks, and then we finish early.
Yeah, probably, because we can close class session maybe 3:30 because tomorrow we'll have another responsibility. That's what maybe it is, because Sunday you understand the way the helping things that maybe priorities are different. We can take 30 minutes for break for lunchtime, then we proceed. In between break, instead of 15 minutes, you can take 5. It's okay, so walk around, come continue the class. To me, that makes sense than taking 15 minutes after come back, we call each other, then 1 hour.
Okay. Well, that's
One suggestion.
yeah. I think it's a good suggestion, but I believe that suggestion was given in previous trainings, and many people voted against it. So maybe it's up to against taking less breaks, because if you observe, sometimes you do exercises here and people are very tired. And you can even when you're facilitating, you can see people are very tired. Because it's not something like it's fixed. If you see today, we might have break or not. But I do an observation and I'm like, people are totally exhausted. So that you can just give people a 5-minute break just to breathe. Okay? It's not like it's fixed. But then if we prolong and you have the energy, that would be good. Previously, people have complained that it's still, because if you want to prolong, people are very tired and it doesn't become so productive. So it's a mixture of suggestions. Maybe today I'll try to push us and see. For instance, yesterday people had started to doze. I was thinking for those. Okay. So I say, let's take a break. Maybe the point is not a break, the point is what's the finish. So if we say we still have the breaks, but also finish at 2. You'll be happy, right?
Maybe probably. But for today, I want vote, especially on Sunday. Some might travel. All of us, we don't stay in Kikali. We travel in
Okay,
I think that is something that that's where democracy comes in. It's not a decision we can make on 1, 2 issue. Just need to
I have a suggestion. We can take many breaks, but which are not taking long, like energizer for each 1 hour. We take an energizer, even together here. We stand up, stand up, or one of us give us an energizer of 1 minute. That would be good. But we go back home. And for me, I will be a Chile.
yeah. Oh. Yeah, that's okay. We'll have a discussion on this. Yes, please. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. So please understand, we are all human beings. We are learning from experience, right? And we evolve. For instance, I've been giving this class for some time, and sometimes I've tried that. For some groups, it worked. For others, it did. So we are just trying. If it doesn't work for you, we can do what works for you. But there are some times where we did group works, and then you would see people are not following in the groups. You would observe. And then during the capstone project, you would see that the people who you saw were not following have so many problems after the course. So that's why you said, okay, now let's reduce group work and someone works. And if you believe that group works for you and you would contribute, that means you have an agreement that after the class, you will have materialized everything that was done in the groups. Because some people dodge group works, we all know.
Maybe if I can add on that, we ensure that the group, we minimize the group, not more than 3. Maximum with 3, to ensure that many people can participate. The fewer they are, the easier they can participate. Maybe the group is bigger, the team is trying to not relax a bit.
No problem. So we try to be as flexible as possible. The most important thing is you get what you came here for, regardless of the how. Okay? So we are trying to do that. If something works, we'll change it. We'll do that. If it doesn't work, we change. Why not? Okay? So let's proceed. Thanks for the constructive feedback. Today, as we say, the first weekend is about basics, but also so push-ups go increase. Okay. Now, if you're saying breaks are taking time, maybe next weekend you feel like I need a break. Okay. So today we are going to look into some of the tools. I believe yesterday we understood the AI as a discipline, the fundamentals, right? We understood how AI works in general. We understood that it's not just a single tool. All the tools, it's a discipline where you can do research, where you can do a lot of things. And then in that discipline, you have other, I would say, subgroups, including machine learning. And below machine learning, there's what we saw as deep learning. Okay. And under that deep learning, which tries to mimic human understanding, the way our brains work using computers. Now we got into LLMs. So we did specifically learn LLMs as LLMs, but these are the tools now, okay, that we use. And today we are going to see now some of the tools where we use AI, but these are also they are tools that will help you, one in research and the other one in workflow automation. Okay, but they are also foundational tools. It's not like you're going to do AI 100%. Okay, they are just the tools, and we'll be seeing a mixture of tools. There are tools that you rely heavily on AI, and there are tools that you don't rely so much on AI unless. So if you will be seeing, there are tools that are paid. Okay, and if you want to use AI because AI makes your life more easy, sometimes you need to pay for that. But for now, we first learn how to use it for free without AI to understand it. Then if you want to use AI, you just type using the prompting exercise we did yesterday, and it gives you everything that you need. Okay, so today we are going to look into 2 tools. One is they're easy, just easy tools, but very helpful, very important. Okay, still today, like yesterday, we are not going to make us tired a lot. Okay, but next weekend, so let's look into one tool. And also, there is not a lot of presentation today, so make sure your PC is ready. Okay, there is no presentation as in a lecture. we are going to practice every day. So open your computers. We are going to look into one tool. I'll be demonstrating how it works. It's simple, it won't even take us even 5 minutes. Okay, the first one. Okay, so before I project, how many of us have maybe done research or are doing research? Anyways, or you have personal projects that requires organizing your project, or maybe you're doing research, you want to connect ideas all over. Okay, maybe you're a student, you're a teacher, but not only a teacher, you have personal projects in your business, and you need to look for information all over the place. You also do. And also, it's not like research for school or something. How many of us now we have meetings, okay? And we sometimes struggle with, okay, maybe you go into a meeting, you write meeting minutes, you also have other supporting documents, and at the end of the day, you need to prepare a report based on the minutes and also on everything that was, you literally want to consolidate all the ideas that were discussed in that meeting. Okay. Still, many of us. Okay. So today we're going to look into a very simple tool. But before we look into the tool, how do we usually manage that? For instance, can someone describe to us, I am doing research. I am reading this document. I am reading the other. I take notes. For instance, okay, the way I used to do it personally. Maybe I give you an example. At school, or even at work, I would go, maybe they say, maybe you have some information in a book. So you go to the library, you download the book, you read, okay? You take notes. Those notes may be on paper or in a document, you keep them. You read another book, you keep it. You keep the notes, okay? You read some, you're doing like literature review. Yes. Then you combine the information you got in other sources, and then you write one. If you're writing a research paper or if you're doing a report, you consolidate them and write one thing, okay? Yes. And my experience was, it takes a lot of time. Sure. Sometimes you work past midnight, you're reading, taking notes, reading another document tomorrow, taking notes, doing a lot of research, taking notes, and then having to consolidate them, okay? And also assume now you are doing the report, but you need to also prepare a presentation of the report. How do you write a Word document, you edit it, you do all the things, and then use whatever tools, LaTeX. And then if you have to do the presentation, you go to PowerPoint or some other tool, you prepare like 10 or 12 slides about your findings, okay? So, and I would also struggle to remember other information, okay? For instance, maybe I am tired, especially when you're a student. Maybe at work, I haven't seen that, but sometimes you have I remember, instead of reading a book, I'll just sleep and then put an audio for that book and listen. Sometimes I sleep those in the midst of the book, okay? So can someone also tell us an experience at work or even something like research? Now I'm going to tell us.
Thank you.
Your experience.
Before AI comes.
Yeah, or even now. even using AI.
So now what I do, for example, if there is an activity or a workshop,
Mhm.
the staff gives me the minutes. After receiving the minutes, I put in AI. I tell Uncle G, please, based on the minutes, help me to make a presentation based on this. Sometimes it gives me a good presentation, and I prompt the AI and tell the AI, please make it a PowerPoint, or give it in Word, or give it in any document that I want. The one that works good for me is Mr. Claude.
Mhm.
Yeah, when it comes to presentation, when I use ChatGPT, it gives me a lot of things. It becomes hard for ChatGPT to make a presentation based on my experience. That's what I do. It makes my life easier and produce the best, especially Mr. Claude when it comes to a presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Round of applause to Mr. Jean-Claude. Okay, who else? Who else?
ChatGPT,
Okay. Who else?
in the AI.
Who can share their experience? How they? So that's a perfect depiction of what an ideal
The AI
presentation of
knowledge.
reports is. Okay, tell us. Yeah.
Yo urimo advanced gusa yo ngo prompt nke nyine imaze kubatinjira igura break y'amasaha nk'atanu utari bikoresha.
I usually consult Mr. Paul and having a group like one reports. I usually consult each other.
So she also takes if there are minutes or something that they want to work on, consults Mr. Claude, gives them a PowerPoint presentation or a detailed report. Okay. Now, from what yesterday?
Maybe I have a different experience. If I take the example of research intervention. When I was doing my master's, I used another one, a tool called Peto. It helped me with summarizing this because there are times when you know the literature, it's crazy. It's crazy. I was supposed to do more than 100. Going through everything, it's not that easy. Even if you try to find some strategy, you scan through the document. And I use the filter and I could upload the document to the filter and then ask questions regarding my research through that. I did use AI to work on I use it in like because people use AI in research, the way to detect AI generated text, and they are also going to have a lot of projects. So that helped me to avoid the
Okay, to great experience. Peto. So for information, we also cover it in this training. Okay, don't worry.
You know, when I was doing my master at that time, I wasn't aware about AI. I struggled a lot. I read till my eyes turned red.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. AI is very helpful. Okay. Now I want a student here, and then someone online. First, the student here, because you could be struggling like the way she struggled before doing AI. Now, big man, tell us, how do you do research at school?
Thank you. Before I know AI, I was in secondary school, but after I know it, research and goals where even the some PPT I use AI like Claude and Copilot. So with AI, it should well there.
Yeah, AI is so helpful at school, in class, in research, at work. Okay, one more person from online. Yes.
I have practiced, I don't know if it's true, you can take a text from the AI when you do your academic research and make sure that the text you translate as a human being. Do we have that tool to make AI text not to look as AI? If the lecturer is there who not detect this is not a human idea, is that right or is a myth around?
Please.
Just on your point.
Okay, from my experience, that's maybe my bias. I think it as a myth. Because you're using AI to humanize AI. It doesn't make sense, really. So the only approach I continued using was trying to paraphrase what I got. It's because the only way to avoid plagiarism is simple. Paraphrase and then filter for it. That's all. So when you can get the exact information from a document, all you have to do is just write the way you think what you just read and then put a reference and you're out of any project. Yeah, so that's my only case, my own case. Someone can give their own.
Yes, so when it comes to the AI, I think there is a way when you set up your AI to try to sound like you. Yes, there is a setup you do so that it can almost sound like you when it's writing for you. Anything doesn't really sound like another person. You know, for some individuals has some emotions when they are writing, even if it's professional documents, but sometimes we put some emotions in the writings or the way you write to your colleague. So there is a way of setting up, and you put a lot of instruction. You're instructing AI the way it sounds for you when it's writing. Yes, your documents.
I want to know that.
You give it
By the way,
instructions.
Oh, based on what he said, it's the same for me. Like most when you generate using AI, like you state to generate the whole thing, it will bring something that's more AI. But if you draft your thing, what you want to write, you draft it and it improves it. It will sound more like you. And for the humanizers, it's AI changing AI. And some humanizers are false. They just take your text and they add an error, like a mistake in the grammar. So the AI doesn't make mistake. So the detectors, when they detect, they find there's no error in that. But it's not good adding mistakes in your writings. So it's better drafting it and AI improves this. Or you can paraphrase. That's even better.
Yeah, I just want to add another thing to what my brother says. To direct the AI sound like you have to always put the expressions that you use always when you are even chatting with your friends. You know, when a scammer is sending you a message using the colleague's phone or SIM card, you might know that. You might track and say, this is not Diane. Because I know always Diane, she likes to write a word and removes the last, probably the last letter, or she's typing with the abbreviations. So that if you do that for the AI, it knows it. For example, when I'm typing English, I never write English when I'm using AI. I write EN. If it is Chinyarwanda, I write KIN. it knows that it is Kinyarwanda. I can say, put this in key IN. It knows that I'm saying, right, translating it in Rwanda. So it knows that if I use emojis, it always responds with emojis. Because it knows that I like using emojis. Yeah.
Okay.
You training.
Good takes. Good takes. Someone online, do you have ideas for people online? I'm going to call out some people.
Yeah.
King. King is okay. Jotham.
Yes, please. I have earlier on, before I discovered how to use AI in some of the side hustles that we get for research, like when you're doing your project proposals or when someone has a consultancy and they're researching on something, I would go to Google Scholar and then also other like platforms where academic papers that you might need to make reference to, and I would download all of them. Then after that, I would also go ahead and have to do a document review. You have to read each document to see how to point out what you're looking for. But then also sometimes before I would reach that level, usually when they give you a brief on the task that you're supposed to do, I would also spend a bit of time trying to understand either the term, how to break down the terms of reference, or to be specific on what the objectives are requesting for. So when I move fast forward to the document stage, I would then also have to do the literature review, then also develop the data collection tools that I would use. And sometimes I had to first share these data collection tools with other people to see if they would help me achieve what I wanted. And then also in the final report, I had to also manually, okay, not manual, but sort of personally go through the entire document to ensure that I've edited it right and the language sounds fine. Now, of course, those were time-consuming things. For example, the time that I would spend in just interpreting the terms of reference and stuff like that, all those things used to take up a bit of time, but they were still essential because they would help me sort of familiarize myself with the task from the beginning. Now, when I discovered that AI could make life easy, specifically for research, I usually use Claude. And what I do is that at the beginning, I go through the document and have my notes on the side. But then I also upload, let's say, that document that has that has the task or the terms of reference, and I put it in the AI. I request it to also provide an interpretation of what it thinks. So I would then compare my notes between what I've written and also what the AI has written, and it would make it a little bit easier to sort of come up with a clear plan on how I'm going to do the assignment. And then also when I had like certain references that I was not able to find.
Thanks, Jotham.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so thanks everyone.
Yes, yes.
Okay. There's a lot of back and forth, correct? You go to this document, you go to that, then you do this, you go to another AI, right? You search, you do a lot of back and forth, okay? And also, by the way, on the plagiarism thing, I have a different take, okay? I just want to be honest. You've got the responses from AI, right? And when you're doing literature review, it's just a personal opinion. It's not a universal opinion. But when you're doing literature review, you are using ideas from others, right? You're reading other people's papers, correct? And when you're consolidating them, writing your report, you cite them. You say, according to Mr. Benon, the way it works is, and you cite. And that is not plagiarism, is it? It's not. Then, when you go to AI, which has also taken time and resources to give you information, you don't want to cite it. Instead, you want to humanize it. So I would argue, okay, it's basically, if we are to be honest, that's also plagiarism, okay? Or it's unfair to AI because you want to take that information and lie that it is your own information by humanizing it, okay? So I would rather, okay, if I was a supervisor of a student, what I would do, I would allow you to use AI, then instead, I tell you, cite the AI you've used. Also, add the prompt that you used. With that, I believe it will be very transparent because at the end of the day, we are all lying that we did not use AI, yet it is AI. And I believe it's okay because no one knows everything. Even in those literature reviews, we say that it's not plagiarism. You are using people's ideas. It's not yours. You are learning from others. So maybe instead of humanizing AI, especially in research, we would basically just cite it and say this information is from Claude. Because if you now assume you are saying it's your own information and then it's not accurate, okay, that means you have to be responsible for the inaccuracy. But if you cited AI, they will say, oh, you cited the wrong maybe site. Just like you could read some paper from someone and later they find out that maybe they manipulated the data. You won't be responsible because you say, you will say, okay, this paper was published, it was reviewed from Google Scholar. Who am I to say it's not true? Okay. But if you say it's yours and it's not accurate, later I'll come and say, you said it's yours and it's not accurate, so you're responsible. So those are mixed, opinions. But even I remember when AI first came, I was also in school and there's some professor who did that. And everyone was scared but people were afraid of AI, but he used to tell us, if you've written code from AI, just screenshot the prompt so that I can see how you were thinking. And I believe that was a bit fair, instead of lying that you did it by yourself. Okay, so that's a personal opinion. So we're going to look into that. If we remember well, yesterday, let's again think about in the background what is happening. When you're getting a paper, you put it in ChatGPT and you tell it to summarize it. If you remember well, we say, of course you've uploaded it, but when ChatGPT is using the way it works inherently, it still gets information from other sources. The way it works gets from all over the internet, okay, and gives you its perspective based on what it is reading. That is one. Second, so you're not 100% sure that idea is from exactly that book, okay? If you're to cite it, it has a lot of other extra information that it gets from other sources. That is one. Secondly, we say when you upload that document, where does it go? It goes to the servers of ChatGPT. It's not stored on your machine. Okay? That means that you are providing information to someone else as a source. Okay, that's how AI, that's why we did yesterday's session. That's how it works. When you upload it, is basically it's also training its model because you're giving it extra information. So in addition, so those are two issues. One, you get a lot of sources. You're not sure whether it came from your book, from the sources that you gave us. You can even try, just give it a 1-page minute and you tell it to give you a summary. There are things that if you go back and read well, they are not there. So if it's a 100-page book, surely it will bring some ideas from all over the place. So that's one vulnerability of the way we are working currently. It's good, but it has a few provisos. Second, you're giving it to the AI. So the way we saw yesterday, when you upload it, AI usually, they don't tell us because we just say accept all the terms, but they are using it for training their model. That means the thing, so if it's a public paper, it's fine. If it's your own company, let's say minutes of a private meeting, okay? So there is a tool made by Google. It's very simple. The time we've taken talking about it, doing it is way easier than talking about it, okay? So there is a tool called Google NotebookLM. LM. Has anyone heard of it or used it? You have. Anyone used Google LM? NotebookLM.
What does that mean?
So it's a platform called Notebook. So what it does everything that we've been mentioning. You give it sources, it gives you everything. But you remember those two buzzwords I've mentioned about general AI. So it addresses those two things. One, it fits from the sources it's given. It does not go to the internet. Okay. So you are 100% sure. Amazing. They cannot hear you. Okay. Okay. So that means you are 100% sure that the information you're using is from the sources you've given it. That is one. Second, it does not store your the files in the internet. It does not go to their servers. Okay, it goes to your memory, to it's a short-time memory. Oh, okay, those are computer science technical terms, but it does not go to some server wherever. Like yesterday we saw, or like how ChatGPT works. Instead, when you create a notebook, it provides you, they call it a sandbox, like a virtual environment, a short-term memory where you can store, like a small laptop where you can store your files. After you finish that session, it just goes. Okay? By going, it's not like it's deleted, but it does not go and store it. They call it persistent. It does not go and store it in their servers. So that means you are, first of all, you are 100% sure that the information is coming from your sources. You are limiting your sources. And second, you're sure that, okay, you believe that the information you've shared is safe, okay, according to their terms, because we just trust their terms. But at least if something happens, it will be contrary to their terms. So it stays there. So I'm just going to show you, and you can easily do it. In 1 second. So I have, so it's called NotebookLM. It's by Google. It also, so it uses AI on your behalf. Wa muntu twavugaga wauza ukagenda ufata here, there, other information. Just does that for you using its model called Gemini. It's like their ChatGPT. Then it does all that and gives you the information without you going to ChatGPT doing it. Okay. I'm going to show you how by demonstrating how I've been using it or how I use it, and then you will. It's simple. You will just practice as well. Okay. So I'm going to show you a sample. Let me share my screen. Yeah, we hadn't shared our screen yet. We are going to share our screen now. For people online, you haven't missed anything. We are not sharing anything. So, people online, this is NotebookLM. So it's Google's AI-powered research and note-taking assistant that summarizes, analyzes, and connects the document using advanced Gemini models. We know Gemini. So what you used to do, the heavy lifting you do by going to ChatGPT, to Gemini, to Claude, everything, it's been helpful. But this now does it for you. Okay? So it's free. You get? And it acts as a personalized research assistant. It personalizes to your needs. So I'm going to show you an example. So here is how it looks. Okay, let me open a new tab. So when you click to its screen, it appears like this, okay? So the way it works is you upload your files, you create a notebook. A notebook is like your library. Then you create files. It has 3 canvases. So one, okay, it has 3 canvases. One is your sources, where you add your sources, okay? The second is chat, okay? The third is studio. I'll show you what everything does. So you first, okay, let's say try NotebookLM. So once you do try NotebookLM, it gives you, here are example notebooks. These are created by Google, just to help us, okay? So these are your notebooks. Assume these are your notebooks, okay? Because let me show you, I have a notebook here, I have another notebook here, okay? These are mine, right? So let me maybe open one. Here I was reading some paper, okay? And it was at work and I wanted to know models that I can use related to work, okay? So what I did, I didn't have time to go home and read the whole thing, all search through it. No. What I do, I just upload it here in the data sources, add data sources, okay? Add data sources, then I am 100% sure that everything comes from this book. It won't go and search around the internet. It's confined to here. Okay, so you come add sources, and you can drop your files if it's a book, if it's a document that you want to review. You can also get it from Drive. You can also get it from websites or YouTube if it's a YouTube video, which can also be a source. Okay, you can add so many sources. And after that, so this is the sources canvas. So we have a chat canvas where now you talk to it, okay? For instance, I was asking it some questions about this book. Now it gives you the answers. Here now, it's called Studio. Studio, it gives you additional, I would say, capabilities. One, this is where now you can create, for instance, you can create reports based on that. So you don't have to go back like the way you've been doing it. Go to ChatGPT, say generate a report. What you do, it generates reports, okay? You can create your own. You can do, if it's a study guide, maybe you're doing your research at school, do it. If you want to create And as you can see, this is being generated by AI. Okay. You can write an educational essay. You can create your own report. You can, for instance, if I want to create a study guide. So what you do, once you click here, it comes to chat, and you're just like prompting it, but it prompts it for you. It just knows the best prompt. You don't have to worry about it. So it just generates the report. Okay. Also, you can create, if you feel like you are tired and you don't want to read, create an audio preview for it. It's here, okay? This is video, I believe.
Every single day, high-value payment systems, which are basically the central nervous system of our entire economy, they process trillions of dollars.
So I was going to play.
Trillions. But out there in the digital shadows, there are some incredibly sophisticated cyber threats actively trying to infiltrate that grid. So in today's explainer, we're going to decode a really groundbreaking machine learning framework that's actually designed to hunt down these invisible thieves and do it in real time. To really grasp the stakes here, let's take a quick trip back to 2016. The Central Bank of Bangladesh experienced a massive breach. Hackers managed to
Okay. So you can generate a mind map. Do you know what mind maps are? You don't? So mind maps are, it's a project management, I won't say tool, it's okay, it's a way of generating brainstorming ideas. Let's say you are in a meeting and now you have one idea, okay? One broad idea. Now you want to take a decision. One of the things that you do is mind mapping. How does mind mapping work? Let me show you. Mind map. So you take a core, you take a broad idea. I don't need this. So it's a visual technique for organizing ideas and information around a central concept, helping to clarify thoughts, identify relationships, and enhance creativity. So you have you need to take a decision. Maybe as a company, you need to, you see maybe your marketing is not going well and you need to increase sales, okay? You don't come here and say, okay, let's run a marketing campaign, okay? You just have to brainstorm as a team to make sure that you understand what's working, what's not working, okay? And then you gather ideas, you come up with a decision. So one of the tools that I use is mind mapping. So how do you mind map? Core idea, the core problem, then you take a decision. So with Notebook LM, you just read your, if it's your minutes or what, you just read your source and it brings you ideas. Of course, it suggests based on its knowledge. You can also use chat, you prompt it, and then you talk to it as now a coworker. So let me show you how it does that. Do we now know what a mind map is? For generating ideas. So, okay. I've generated this was the infographic we were generating. So you can see, I told it to generate an infographic. Just a single, infographics, okay? A single page using visuals to explain. So it took the whole book, which is very tricky, because taking over 100 pages. Then it does for mastery productivity in 2 phases. One, so you can see, you can easily, it's something that is printable. The purpose of infographics is you do summary of a source and then you put it into a printable visual. So from here, without reading the book, I can come and say, okay, now I know the summary. Phase 1, planning the mindset. The 10-90 rule planning rule, 10% of time spent planning saves 90% of the time in execution. Okay? planning. These are the infographics. Okay. Phase 2, high impact action activities in the ugliest frog first. If you have two important tasks, start with the highest, biggest, hardest, and ugliest. Okay, these are the ideas. So this you can use this at your company. Maybe you have a very big document that describes your company. You just upload it here, gives you an infographic. Then if you are to do a banner or a pull up, or at work you want to hang up things, you just use this. Okay, time savings. So this is a very good tool. Also, mind map. This is a mind map. So let me show you how a mind map works. Okay, so for mind map, it's very important, especially like I said, when you have maybe minutes of a meeting. Okay, you have all the ideas that were given. It just gives you a visual of what was discussed. Productivity map. Okay, it's here. So this is exactly how it works. Okay. So you have the core idea. Eat That Frog is the book. Now there are two. Now you want to summarize the book without going into the writings. Usually, depending on what you need, you don't have to always have a huge report or a huge summary of writing. You can have this visual, you see? Then you say, from Eat That Frog, it has 7 core ideas. So you have 4 principles. In core principles, you can just do this and know what's under that topic. Okay? You see? So the frog biggest, most important task. Rule number 1, eat the ugliest frog first. So if you're a student, you just add the key topics. And also, if you want to go deeper here, what it does, you click here and it takes you to the source. See, now it gives you a prompt. And now you can do that. Now you want to read in details. You no longer want the summary. You want to go into details. Now it gives you details in reading. So if you want to go back, you come back here. Oh, I feel it's here. So you can see, you don't have to always, we usually, without AI or without this tool, we usually start from here, big thing, then we come to here. Because you can't have those mind maps without reading. Okay. But so what AI helps with us, it just fits. Instead of starting from here, which sometimes you don't have time to, or you don't even need, you start from the summary. Then if you want details, you go backwards. So let's say growth, personal growth and motivation. Now you want to know what's inside that. I just come here and say 1, focus on key result areas of present. So you can simply take a decision without having to read the whole thing. If you want to maybe you're not understanding something, you just work all the time, you work. Like for instance, what does this mean? Okay, so you just click it, it gives you the prompt, then it gives you the details. Okay, it's presented in the sources. Can you see? It just does not go. But if we give this source to, let's say, ChatGPT or even Gemini itself, and tell it to tell us about all the time you work, it will get some things from here and from other sources, okay, which we don't want, especially for work-related things. So have you seen the mind map? Isn't it good? Like, okay. The other thing is also, if you're a teacher or you're giving a training like this, I don't have to go and prepare the quiz. I just come here and it generates the quiz. Or if you're learning and you want to test your, okay, can also do flashcards.
Flashcards.
Yeah.
What are
Flashcard is, okay, depends. It can be like a quiz or a summary of key ideas. So for here, I believe it's like a quiz. So you just come here, read a very short note, and then you answer. I'm going to show you. So productivity quiz. Okay. If you're studying in the context of Brian Tracy's productivity system, what specifically does the frog represent? Exactly from this source. So you come here, and I don't want to pick an answer so that you see that maybe I didn't read it well. Okay, so you just, if you want to grasp the ideas in the context, so yeah. So I'm choosing D. Let me see if I read the book well, and it's correct. Okay, so you do next. According to the author, how much execution time is saved by spending roughly 12 minutes? So it's literally 10 to 12 minutes. Okay, let me just say 30 minutes. Oh, it's 2 hours. So it's wrong, okay? 2 hours. Oh yeah, 90%. Okay, so you can see now, you can grasp the details. Also, if someone was asking about the flashcards, yes.
How am I going to share that with the participants?
Oh, now you're the teacher. No, here I was, okay, yeah, that's a good question. So, no, I wanted just to test myself. If, let me check, I hadn't checked if you can copy paste the quiz or share it directly. Let's go back to the quiz. No, so you can, no, for now you can, maybe you can just copy paste, which isn't that quite, okay. Yeah, it just deletes. So, but here you can see it just grades you, and you can, if you want to self-evaluate, I believe it's the best option for that. You want to evaluate yourself. So let's go back to a flashcard. Maybe you're reading a book, or you're studying a chemistry book. So flashcards, you also come here. They are more like a quiz or what, so you can see. So flashcard is just, you remember, those who in high school, when you're having like a maybe an English test, those professional English tests, you'd have cards, flashcards, and then you're cramming grammar. There you learn this word. Tomorrow, maybe when you have a professional English test. So this is what it helps you. You get a card, now you want to remember what that means. So in the context of first note, what is a frog? Okay. So you are just trying to memorize it. So I say a frog is maybe the most important, the ugliest task of the day, for instance. Then I can see the answer. Your biggest, most important task that you are, and most likely to see the flashcard. So you can always leave. Then if I see that I've done it well, I do this. Got it. So you go to the other flashcard. According to the first rule of what that should be, you see? If you want to see the answer, so you are now grasping the content without actually reading the whole of it.
Do you enter inside and respond?
You just you don't need to respond. Flashcards, the way they are, it's mental. You want to make sure that you remember it. What it helps you is, if you want to see the answer, to know that to know how much you grasped it. So yeah, okay. Then once you find that you have now grasped it, so if you're not sure, if someone asks you the next second what that means and you can't answer, you just click here. You just be honest. So they will bring it back. So even for reports, So you see, let's data table, create a data table from your sources. So I don't think this is the best use for it, but because it's free, let's try it anyway. So basically, if you have maybe some work-related thing and you want to generate a summary of the data, you can use that. Let's see what it generates. So it's a table. You see, I generated a table of chapters, chapter by chapter, then key strategy, then it also cites. Okay, because we have just one. The good thing with this, because now if we have to use all these sources, it cites which source. So, okay, to avoid redundancy, it cites the source, okay? So here, if you want, if it's a personal thing, you come here and select all the sources based on the package that you read. Now you say now you talk to it and it tells you, okay, for instance, suggest how I can be more effective at work. So I don't need, so this is a zero shot prompting strategy. This is a zero shot prompt. But I'm okay. I know that to generate accurate results because it already has the examples, it already has everything. So I do not need to worry about going into complex prompting. But if it was to go to ChatGPT or some other model, what you would do is you would make sure that you tell it, you give it examples from each of the sources. So this is basically, and also you can, by the way, share notebooks. If it's work related, it's not personal, or you want to send it to your, if it's personal and you want to send it to someone so close to you, you can also share it. So to be more productive at work, the sources suggest a shift from mere activity to, so you can see. It also gives its sites. Okay? So it gives you where it got the sources. Okay? You see? So because you are talking about productivity, it is citing mostly one book because it's the one talking about productivity. But if you talk about money, maybe let's say, and if you're even lazy, it's not like you need to read all these books. You can just add your wish list, and then whatever question you want, just come on. It's not like you have to read. So for instance, I'm sure that this idea is from this book. So you see how it will be citing. Says.
I have a question. Do you use it only for reading books? Or for example, at work, for example, you are the project manager.
Yeah.
You have different project proposals.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible to put all those project proposals aside there, and you can go through one by one using NotebookLM together, or it's only for reading?
No, 100%. You can't. Okay. You
Based
do an
on
exercise.
the model there, which is the best to use?
Model like
for example, you report.
Oh, okay. So these, so let's explain this word, okay? These are just to, depends on what you want. It's not like you need to pick between one or the other, okay? For instance, if I want first understand, let's say you're reading a proposal, or maybe you want to apply for a grant, okay? And you're reading maybe about so many grants, for instance, okay? And now you want to understand each grant summary without reading other things. What I would do, I'll just add the sources here of all the grants. Okay. Then first come here and do a mind map to get to know more about each of the grants. So what the mind map generates, it will generate, if you have so many grant proposals, not proposals, grant offers, yeah, I don't know how you can call it. It gives you, let me show you the infographic. No, the mind map, okay? It reads all your sources, okay? And then with each source, you just get to know what's inside the source without reading it, okay? Also, you can now, if you want to understand a particular thing without using those tools, you can come here and tell it, ask it any detail about it, okay? So it's not like you need to pick through them. So also, you can generate a report, okay? Based on maybe you're the project manager and you want to generate a full report based on the sources, you can. You see, AI is suggesting us so many other types of reports. You can basically, so you see, it has auto-generated based on the sources. If you can read the mentorship, reflection process map, it's because of these sources. If you had added work-related sources, it would maybe suggest a report to someone else, okay? Not mentorship and reflection process maps. It just contextualizes to the sources. So let's see, remember we are searching about more Frigo with money. So if you see the citing, you can see it now went to a source that relates to that topic. So it gives you cross the gap between ego and income. Yeah, I think. You see, it's also cites. So if you're to write a report, a work-related report, you just give it all the sources you want to read, then it also cites everything for you.
It can also take you to the exact page and section where the information you're reading is from. And we've been using this particularly when we want to, as an organization, there are times when you have so many strategies, documents related to the organization. Now, I'm a newcomer into the organization, or I've been into the organization for a while. I don't know all those policies, rules, and regulations, and everything. How do I get to grasp, in short, what I need to know as an employee of an organization? This becomes a knowledge bank, more like a mind of the organization. Because if an employee has access to this, he can always consult you on a particular moment or decision or action. Because there are rules and regulations of the organization. All you have to do is just ask the brain of the organization and you immediately get what you want, instead of reading a 50-page document. So, depending on what you want to use it for, you can always do it.
Yeah. So if you can see, well, this is a citation number 21. You can see it just previews the exact, it's not like it's speculating. This is the page, the PDF. Okay. So it's a very helpful tool. Also, if you want to generate, so this is a page. It's not like you can see it's not from another source. This is a real page, okay? And then it generates using AI from the page. Okay? Yeah, so we are going to do this.
This can work using a scanned PDF. A scanned PDF is like it is made of pictures, not like the one you take from, you convert from Word version. So it can work even if it is scanned.
Let's try it, because usually I think Gemini, this uses advanced Gemini models, and Gemini models can scan, it's called OCR, right?
Yeah, OCR.
OCR. It can, so let's try that, okay? Let's scan something. Have you had a question? So let's say you have a scan. Sometimes you have maybe invoices that were scanned. Okay, they provide PDF at hand. Okay, then you need to scan them and upload them, then generate a report. Let's see. I haven't tried that, but because it uses advanced Gemini models, it should do it. Let's try and see. So let me check if I had the scan. Oh, you can just scan something.
You can take a screenshot from the computer.
Yeah. Okay, let's try to scan something. But let's just ask. I'm failing to get a scan. So you can see without even trying it, it says yes, yes, NotebookLM can scan. Accept scan file includes optical OCR functionality, allowing users to process text images and scan documents. So it surely works.
Yeah, so I wanted to know something.
Yes.
If I got you right,
Yes.
This is AI-free tools. So I wanted to know, use it for writing academic projects, maybe TC or something like that.
Sorry?
The question is, you said this tools is AI-free. Okay, it does not show the AI content like charts, run or whatever. So I'm asking, is it only for report writing, or you can also use it to write academic projects like dissertation?
Yeah. Okay. First of all, I didn't say it's not. It's AI free. It actually uses AI. But the way it uses AI, because even detecting all these, and you can see we are chatting AI. It's literally almost 100% AI. But the way it's different from other models is when you give it a source, it constrains its searches within that source. Okay, that means you want to go searching through the internet. Okay, it cites, if you can see here, it cannot cite something that is not out of these sources. And if you select this and select it, it won't again appear in the sources. Okay, so that's where you can still use it for academic purposes, right? You just read, if you want to do literature review, for instance, you just put your literature here, and then you tell it generate a literature review using those sources. It will generate from that sources, and cite resources. But the best thing about it is just cite, just like you as a human being have read it and it cites it. Answer? Yeah. Any other question?
Let's bring out that question now.
Mm.
Like, for example, I'll give you finance.
Yeah.
And you want to bring the report to the board. And you want the PowerPoint. So I would like to show me how I can present a good report in PowerPoint with figures, high charts or graphs, basing on those.
We do that. We will cover that. Because of presentation.
How can you make a good report? Based on the P&L, balance sheet, cash flow, everything I follow through. In my finance related based on this.
Yeah, good question. So you say I'm a finance person, okay? I deal with P&L, all those finance. I need to now present maybe our performance based on metrics, right? So one disclaimer is we can use different tools, to be honest. It's not like, for instance, but okay, let's first read it. I will answer you in the context of this tool, but let's first see. So from the maker of this, it says understand anything. Okay. Then your research and thinking partner, grounded in information you trust, built with the latest Gemini models. What does this mean? The core, like the primary, where it works best is you're doing research and you're thinking to take decisions. Then it gives you the output. It's like it helps you to think. That's what I can say. And do research. Okay. This is the core idea. Because why I've stressed on this, even ChatGPT, when you open ChatGPT and go to chat and tell it to generate a report, that's not the best way to do it. Okay, because even ChatGPT has models inside ChatGPT that are responsible for each task. Okay? For instance, you can go to, let's say, this is also this was created by, it's like ChatGPT, it was created by, it's a model for ChatGPT, but it specializes in creating video from text. And sometimes you go to ChatGPT, chat, the usual chats, and you give it a text and it generates an image or video. But you're using the wrong model. So my point here is every tool has its specialization. We can use it for other tasks, but it has its specialization. Okay, for us to get the context. Now, to your question, can I now do that? Yes, you can. Okay, if you want to use this, but its primary role is research and helping you take decisions, thinking about things. That's why if you come here, that's why it has mind maps to help you organize your thoughts. It has a quiz and flashcards to help you understand, to grasp the content. So that means you're doing research, or it also generates infographics. But let's say you want to do that particular thing. What you can do, yes, it can do it. Okay, that is the short answer. I started from the long answer to show you that, give you the context. But short answer, yes, it can do it. How can you do it? You have, I believe, your files are most of them in Excel, right? You just come here. So first of all, you create, now this is your personal project. Let's assume the personal notebook, which is not related to work. Now you want to create a work related project. You can come, create a new notebook and drop your files here. Okay? And drop your files here. Then, or you upload them. Okay? Also, if you want to, if you're an advanced AI user like us here, once we get out of this room, you can also go to some other, someone gave us a very good idea of using examples, using templates, using one-shot prompting and give it a template. You say, okay, now use these colors, right? You can also add templates for your company, okay? Then after adding all the sources, you basically do what we are doing here. You come to chat. Then, for instance, what kind of report would you want to use? Cash flow? Okay, I'm not into finance, but do you, I thought cash flow is a document that you already have. So what are you uploading?
Uploading, like the file having, maybe you have like business units. You have to make like consolidated what you want. Yeah. So like I have like 7 branches.
Yeah.
Now make one report.
Yeah.
Then I want to make it like brief and action. Because it's like almost 7 branches.
Okay.
Like one as presenting one report, not presenting like
Yeah. So yeah, what you can basically do is, okay, someone has suggested Claude, but you can short answer, you can do that and tell it generate maybe a cash flow statement for all these branches. It can read the files, and if you want to generate maybe a report here, it just uses AI to generate, to see what kind of reports you can generate from here based on your sources. Okay, but I cannot guarantee that this is the best source. Okay, I can't guarantee it's the best source because there are also cloud based.
So, what do you recommend for us to use, like what you just said regarding using cash flow, income statement, making balance sheet? Yeah. What do you recommend for us to use?
Okay, if we are to talk professionally, maybe we'll share ideas here. But if we are to talk professionally, it depends. For instance, where I work, it's strictly prohibited to do that. You are not allowed, depending on the policy. That's why I'm refraining from telling you, use this. Instead, I can show you the tools, and then you decide for yourself, okay? For instance, we want to do projects, okay? You will try this using your files, okay? Everything, and see. You also use other tools like Claude. I know Claude can do that very well, okay? And then it gives you something. You can also, even this can do it, but what I don't want to say is tell you that go use this tool when I do not know. So we will have a governance discussion, like I told you. We'll now understand when you have the tools, you don't have to use any tool anyhow, okay? But you can know that this tool is best for this is best for this is best for this. But for instance, it depends on the context of where you are, okay? If you are to be very professional, we are learning the tools and we are going to use them and they can help. Even this can do that, by the way. Even Claude can do it. Even Chat can do it, okay? But I can't tell you, go and use this. We will take that conclusion on the last day, okay? For instance, depending on, I was telling, even, for instance, where I work, it's even this like prohibited to, let's say, connect to some other internet. Other people can do it and you can do it, but as a policy, maybe it's not 100% safe, but it's okay, but it's a policy. So that means what happens if something happens and you had connected to some other internet, they'll tell you this is the policy. Okay? So we'll look into that's a governance issue, I believe. But for the tools, This can do it, Claude can do it, Chat can do it, AI can do it, but it will depend on the context and of your work. But technically, birakoreka rwose. Yes.
Excuse me. Now, I'd like to know whether NotebookLM can also do me this service. Say I need a monthly progress report where it combines everything, cash flow, costs, it covers the whole thing of the project, according to what is going on. Now, and I feed the LM tool what I want. I mention, I give them details. I want this, the cash flow, this one, this one. And I ask it to give me a format.
Can you speak louder, please? We are struggling to hear what you're saying.
Sorry. I'm saying, I would like to know whether this NotebookLM, whether it can also give me this service. I need a monthly report, a comprehensive monthly report, which covers everything in terms of what is going on project cash flow, human resource, costs, profit, benefit analysis, all those. Then I feed it the information of what I need, and I ask it to give me a template of how I'm going to organize all this information. Then once it gives that, if so, then I fill all the information in that template, I make it complete. Then again, I upload the same information, aligned, organized, and then I ask it to give me like a PowerPoint, an organized PowerPoint. Well, so can it as well give that?
Yes.
It can.
You mean just a monthly report?
Yeah, yes, it's a comprehensive report. Monthly. So I fed it with what I need in the report. And I asked it to give me a template. Then it gives me a template. I use the template to feed in all the information. I make an organized, say, report in Word or Excel, kind of. Once that is done, then I upload the same report. Then I ask it to give it to me in PowerPoint.
Oh, it's PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay, Excel, I'm not sure.
I would like to assist you with the responding.
Yes.
I think as long as we had a chance to interact with AI, even some tools, now it's really very easy to find out the tool which can work well with your project. Guys, there is no one tool which works better for everything. There are a lot of tools. Every day they create a lot of tools. And now it's not easy really to choose, because for financial reports, there are more than 1,000 tools for each and everything. So my advice is this. Now, as long as you can prompt well, at least we had some examples of how we can prompt. As long as now you can prompt well, now it's easy that you find out on yourself the tool you want to use. As long as you use ChatGPT or any model, you can ask it, which tool I can use for this and this and this. You put a lot of information and examples and everything. Immediately, it will give you the tool. And anytime you are to learn or to know how you can use that tool, anytime you know hands-on skills the best way, you have to interact, to try your best, to put everything you want, as long as now coding is all about telling what you want or writing whatever you want. Even if you don't know how to prompt, you can ask, you can use your voice. ChatGPT, I have this question. I want to know how I can do this and this. Or I want to know how I can prompt this and this and this. Can you try, or can you find me, or can you just prompting for me? Then it will give you the prompting. Yes, you will use to get what you want. So this is an advice. I'm saying this because I know he's not in the finance. Maybe he didn't get a chance to interact with financial tools. And even if we ask, even if he knows about this, of course he will have some other tools he doesn't know anything about it because they are low. But that's the best way to find out the tool you can use. I've been looking for a lot of tools, and when you use that way and you interact it with just a little bit, you find out and you get to know a lot of skills about those tools. That's my advice about that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's
Based on the question you ran, as we said, yes, you can produce the summary monthly report and it's PowerPoint. The good enough, the PowerPoint or the outputs will be marked with the NotebookLM. It's not your work. It was done by the NotebookLM. It means the slides will come out with these notes. It means you cannot produce that slide and say, this is my slide.
Yeah.
And it's where the ethical consideration comes in. So as Dan said, now as AI is growing quickly, no single institution could say we shall not use this because with the workload we are having, we need to have those field that would support us to have our work done quickly. So for instance, where I work on, as organization, they decide to a collaboration with the Gemini. We have an account with Gemini. It means our institutional documents are registered under Gemini is informed at the policy level. We are only allowed to Gemini because we have an account there. So whatever I use document and I use the Gemini, and it has all of those applications and even NotebookLM is there. And it has some levels. Based on the document I'm working on, I know the level I could follow. If I want a document that will go at the headquarter level, I know the level I need to consult. So considering the organization has made a collaboration with the Gemini, I know I need to follow that. So based on where you are working, based on the policy, the procedures, you need to follow. Maybe being here running those tools is to know how we can use many of those tools because today I'm here, tomorrow I'm here.
Another thing I wanted to add, and I think she made me remind about that. Almost any company now connected or linked AI in their normal tools we were using even before AI. Almost every tool now. For example, Canva for graphics, for design. Now it uses AI. For example, even for Excel, yesterday we were just talking about the best tool to use. I mean model to use. And I wanted to mention that most of the time when we are working in our work, I mean in organization, we interact mostly with like Excel, Word, PowerPoint, and some of those tools are connected to some models. For example, Gemini is for Google. And Google, a lot of, and Copilot for Microsoft. Some of people choose the model due to the different tools that model has, which you interact with in your work for every day, for daily work. So that also can be a factor to choose that model to be using for your daily life.
Yeah, good contribution. Yes,
I wanted to contribute to this question because he asked a question from the perspective of finance, especially financial documents, So he talks about you have your document in Excel and you want to create a report, right?
Yeah.
And I think professionally, the best way to do it is to create a dashboard, okay, using Power BI. That is the best way. So it most like you are preparing the sales performance analysis. So if you are preparing sales performance analysis, you must have, if you are using these tools, you must have a source. That is, you have created the document yourself. So it cannot generate, such report for you to be that unique. So the best thing you can do is to use Power BI and create that dashboard. Because Power BI summarizes the entire, data. Yeah, in Power BI, you transform the data. It helps you to summarize it, and it creates a very unique dashboard for presentation. Yeah, that's what I can say.
Yeah, just
I just to contribute to what you just said. Like when you ask the question, someone else also asked a similar question regarding the financial, combining financial different branches of one business. So when you say it, to me it sounded like two things. One is automation, another one is reporting, which is in form of a dashboard. With financials, you can report them in form of a dashboard. Even though I don't know if the idea of producing balance sheets and everything, it's crazy. That's a different story. But automation, I think that's part of what we're going to do. Workflow automation, that's part of what we're going to do. I think one point is Power BI, because that's a different data. But then for automated reporting, I think that's part of what. Indeed, after learning automation, from what I just read, is you can connect the automation to the Power BI and everything is done on a regular basis.
Yeah. Thanks everyone for your contribution. Once again, to be honest, as yesterday I told you, like my brother said, there are so many tools, okay? And we can, that's why we needed to first understand the fundamentals, because everything we covered yesterday, every tool, every AI tool would need that knowledge of prompting and understanding AI. That was foundational. Now you go into different tools. You cannot exhaust the tools, okay? And where one tool works best, maybe some other tools, okay? And also, I cannot come here and say I know all the tools in all the sectors, right? If maybe you ask me, here is the very good point. If you ask me about software development, I would say, go and use this tool. But with finance, I do not know what the stakes are. For instance, I understand it's about money. But if you link companies' sales to some other, right? So I do not understand the 100% the context. But what we can do is we learn the general understanding of the tools. Then we know some of the tools that, for instance, some of the tools that are in finance, maybe we also do that research. And then to be up to know the context of where you work. For instance, they mentioned some companies now have Gemini in their workflows, okay? That means if we come here and teach you workflow automation, and at work, we'll use some tool. And at work, they tell you you have to use Google Workspace, okay? Okay, so you will transfer that knowledge. We are learning transferable knowledge. You transfer that knowledge to what they use, okay? Because you cannot exhaust all the tools. For instance, even many companies that were using Microsoft Stack now are paying a package of Copilot, where now you can be allowed to upload anything without restrictions, because the company has an enterprise account and your documents, the company documents, stay inside that count. So if you learn Gemini, okay, and then they are telling you to use Copilot, you won't say, hey, now, no, ahubwo, you can transfer all the knowledge because it depends really on where you work. If they say you can use any tool anyhow, maybe that's when you can use any tool anyhow. But that's not usually. I don't believe that's not how it works. Okay. So
That's the question. I liked this tool of NotebookLM. Actually, it's my first time to use it, and I found out that it is very, very key for me in my office work. I've noticed that. I've noticed that whatever you generate with this notebook LM, it comes with a watermark. Is it possible to remove it? Because sometimes we don't want to show that we used it.
Yeah, I think, should I answer it? We're going to come back to that. We're going to come back to how to remove this.
Or you can just pay.
Yes, it depends on the package you have. Some package, it has to come with a watermark. But for some high package, it doesn't come with a watermark. So it depends on the package you have.
I think that's not okay. I understand the alternative is paying, having a paid version, but we are finding ways around that, and we're going to be able to
you see, professional for me.
Yeah, professional.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So please let's take all this into context. Okay. We are learning about AI in general and tools.
Yeah.
But we cannot exhaust. Even yesterday, I believe if you search on Google, give me a list of AI tools yesterday, and you search today, you find there is a difference in the list. Something has been created today. Okay. So we want to have the general knowledge. Also, I remember there is one class that we did about this, and we covered a tool. So we're using AI, like strictly AI, but we are using how do we call it? When you're subscribed to the free the paid version, but they give you a limit of, let's say, 7 days working with it for free. Just but it's
that's trial time.
Yeah, like trial time, okay? But it's a full package. So you have all the AI tools. Now, after the 7 days, people are calling, yeah, it's not working. Okay. You see? So we made sure that we the next time it was very clear to them, okay? You need to use this if you're paid. So you need to know the pricing. Those are the details you need to know, okay? Of every tool. These tools were developed. So at some point, you need to pay. Some are free, but you need to understand that if I use a free version, there are things I'm restricted to, okay? And that's a fact. It's not like someone has scammed you, okay? If you want some other tools, then you need to pay for an upgraded version. That's the way it works, and that's business. So let's take a short break. Let's take just 5 minutes. Or do you want to continue?
Take 5 minutes.
Okay. Because we are going to go to some other new tool.
Hello. Yeah.
Dad.
I'm sorry.
Okay. We are back. So we have seen a very useful tool whose primary use is in research and organizing our work, where we need to do a lot of reading, right? So we're going to look into another tool, which is also very helpful. Okay, so imagine you have a business, and this is really good for business people, or even or managers or whatever, right? Imagine you are at work, or you have a business, and all the work you do, for instance, you are in marketing or sales, okay? And then you want to communicate to customers. Maybe they are ordering things. When they order, you need to look into their orders. After looking into their orders, you need to confirm that you have received their orders, and you need to keep that communication between you and the clients. Okay. So sometimes, not sometimes, most of the all of the time, this process is tiresome. Okay. You have repetitive tasks. It's not just that process. We all have processes that are tiresome, that are so repetitive. Okay? Now we're going to look into how you can automate such processes. Okay? You get one request, then you review it. After review it, you communicate to some other department. After the department, you maybe get feedback. All those processes as a business, or even daily work. Okay? So we're going to look into a tool that can assist us in automating so many tasks. Okay, I believe it will help us to be more efficient in business and at work, even in our personal. It's not like sometimes we come here and we feel like
everything needs to benefit our employers, we can also use it for our personal, even at home. We can automate tasks at home. We don't need to always make it easier for our employers, but then make our lives hard back home. Okay. So we are going to look into a tool. It's called Make. Has anyone ever heard of that tool? Make. Yeah. So I'm going to picture the scenario that we are going to practice. It's for workflow automation. So let me use my paint. I'm sure people online can see my screen. Let me do it as well. For those in-
Sicher?
Yeah. So, assume you are a business. Okay. So when I talk about a business, it's just an example. You can picture a scenario that relates to the scenario we're going to look into. Okay. So you have a shop. Okay. You have a shop. So that shop sells a lot of things. Okay. Maybe you sell. Sometimes we say, this thing is going to take me a lot of time. And then we fear to start our side hustles, right? But if you have something that can automate everything and you manage it even when you're at your some other work, okay? So you have a shop. I'm just using an example, okay? Then this shop, you sell items, okay? You sell books, for instance, okay? And so you sell books, so you sell books, okay? You sell pen, basically stationery. Yeah, you do stationery, okay? And people are allowed, because you don't get time to always be there, people are allowed to order online. See, your customer can order online, okay? So when I come as a customer and I want to order for this quantity of books or pens or any other stationery, okay? How do I do it? I maybe fill a form. or go to your website, or write to you on WhatsApp, okay, and order. After ordering, you see my order, you confirm that the inventory, in the inventory, there is the quantity they've asked for, right? And then after that, you also talk to the maybe storekeeper, tell them this person, or they are the ones that sees the report, but you're the boss, and then you deliver. Okay, that's a very simple process, a simple business process, but it will take time. Okay, or even in managing it, you're not around, you need to manage it. Okay, it's a basic process, but it can be applied to even more sophisticated processes which waste a lot of our time. Okay, so we're going to see how we can automate this simple process. Then later we'll do an exercise on implementing it, and then you will have a chance to now implement a bigger project later in the capstone project. Okay, so let's start with this basic process. So we have our items. Okay, I am a client and I order online. So what will I do? Let's say they fill a form. Okay, after filling a form, we see that they have requested. How do we see it? Maybe on the website, on WhatsApp. Okay, we see that they have ordered. So how do we usually do? You confirm that you acknowledge the receipt. Okay, usually big companies do that with websites or what, but you don't need to have a website to do that. Okay, and you don't need to call everyone that you've received it, or they don't also need to call you every time they are ordering. So what we are going to do, we are going to assume that a customer can order online, filling the form. Then we acknowledge receipt for every customer of order. Okay, then we process that order and communicate to relevant people in the company, in the business. Okay, so here we are just going to demonstrate. This is a very simple scenario, but you have to implement now a nearly real case, world case scenario. So here, let's assume as a business you have a group, maybe a Teams group or something. Okay, correct? Now everyone needs to know that someone has ordered. This is where the communication comes. And so you acknowledge the order, that is, you talk to the client, but you also talk to the team, okay? So that they know what's going on and they process the orders quick. So we are going to automate this short process using that platform called Make, and we'll see how it happens, okay? So let me stop presenting and present my screen. So it's called Make. Make AI. So you can search in Google and look for Make AI. So you can create it uses drag and drop, okay? So you can easily automate tasks without, you don't have to code anything, you don't have to learn a lot of stuff. So you just drag and drop. And then, so it's this one, make.com. You go to the website, to the official website. Then you get started for free. So there is a free plan and paid plan, as we know for all platforms. But at least this one for free, you can do a lot of stuff. So they count based on the credits that you use. You can see they give you 1,000 credits. So in credits, they count how many automations you have. They count how many processes that you process. Okay. And it resets every 30 days. They give you new credits every month. If you're a small business, which doesn't require a lot of automations, you basically use this for free. Okay, so you're here. So we're going to.
We need to know credits and tokens and stuff. I mean the credits.
WhatsApp.
I'm not sure if you say credits you understand well.
Credits.
To understand.
Okay, how they
no, when we say credits to understand what is the credits.
Okay, let me go. So people are asking, what does credits mean? So credits, let's first click here on credit usage. So let's understand what credits mean here. Credits mean a unit of payment, okay? Where, not unit of payment, but how they count what resources you're using, right? So with credits, how do they call it credits, and how do they compute it? For instance, it depends on the automations you do, because everything you perform here consumes them something, okay? So that's why they count for you, so that you don't do a lot of things while you're consuming a lot of resources. At some time, you need to pay for that, okay? So how do they compute credits? Once you do, yes, sir. Okay, let me show you. I don't think okay, let's first do our task, then I'll show you what credits are, right? Instead of confusing you. Okay, so you go to, I've shared with you you go to the dashboard. You don't need to see this. When you see here, you have 1,000. I've sent this, okay? Yeah, please, you can go, okay, I did it. So here is the official page. It looks like this, right?
Yes.
So you can just do get started for free or sign in. So let's do get started for free. They say no credit card required, no time limit on the free plan.
Use that link you have shared.
Yeah, so get started for free. Once you click get started for free, for me, I've already logged in. They'll ask you to log in, okay? So is anyone struggling logging in?
Maybe because it's the first time, they are requiring us to create an account.
Yeah, that's what we do.
You can use your Google and then proceed with answering those few questions.
Just answer them randomly.
I think we can go step by step. Some people are not familiar with this stuff.
Let's go with it.
Yes, and a new account.
Okay. Okay, let me
project numva ngo ifite igiye gukoresha quantité ifite ko mufite data so ufitemo account se
Okay. Let's follow the process.
He's asking for the email. You're putting that.
Okay. Okay. So we go here. Okay. AI workflow automation software and tools. Can we see this? Sorry. Can we see this? So we're going to get started for free. They will ask me to sign up. So I'm going to use, you can choose connect apps with Make. So you can choose signing up with your Google or with your work email. If you already have an account, you can just come and sign in. Let's use Google, our Google email. So they ask us to, are we together?
Yes.
Hope no one is lost. So you confirm. So they show you your name, everything, and you need to, so are we all here? So you're going to sign up for free. You need to verify. Okay. So once you click, you need to confirm that you're not a robot. Are you all here? Sign up for free. Okay. So they are bringing us a few things. How did you hear about these? Are just select randomly. For me, I just say recommended by AI. Have no experience. None of these describe me. My clients. Just click anyone. Your size, your organization size. Click 2 to 10. What's your primary goal? Just exploring. Which of these popular apps are you planning to use? Let's select Google Sheets, maybe Gmail. So there are a lot. You can see, you can connect to a lot of things, okay? But for now, let's just select these, okay? You can connect to Google Cloud, to WhatsApp Business Cloud if you want to use WhatsApp SMSs, Microsoft email, okay? So you can select but if you don't select it, it's fine. It's not like you won't use it because you didn't select it, okay? It's just to guide them to give you templates. So just get started. So are we able to start? Okay. So, so what we are going to do is the other scenario we saw. We are going to have, we said a customer fills a form and places their order. Once they place their order, we do a confirmation. We do confirm that we are acknowledging their order, and then we also notify the people that are responsible for that. And what else? Yeah, that's all. Then we proceed with the order. Okay. So for this,
Are you trying to get access? They say access
to what? To make.
Again, try to reconnect. It happened again to me. But if I try,
Thank you.
Okay. We Okay. So we are going to use tools that we usually use or that are easier to use. Okay. So first of all, we'll allow them to place their orders using Google Forms. Okay. Okay. After that, once a customer fills the form, we store their request in a Google Sheet. Sorry for. Okay. We store it in a Google Sheet. Okay. So after that, we read from the Google Sheet immediately. Okay, we'll see. You can schedule. It depends on how many. Maybe you want to instantly see the orders, or maybe you take orders in bulk. You maybe take orders for the day, and then you process the orders. So we'll see that. Then after we receive, after after the customer fills the form, we store their information here. Then, as we've said, we do what? We communicate to them via email to acknowledge. Okay. We give them an email to acknowledge the receipt. We also inform our team members about the orders available. Okay. This is the flow we want, right? So we are going to use Google Forms here. It comes into a Google Sheet here. Then we send an email to also send to a Teams group or some other group, okay? Right? Correct? Or we can do like imagine this is a WhatsApp group for the department or for the what. So after an order, and this, what does automation do? Or what it means by automation? Everything happens in an instant. Once a client orders, it comes here, then they automatically see the message, automatically see that an order has been placed without any person as an intermediary, right? So we are going to do that. First, we are going to create a Google form to allow people to place their orders. So it could be a Google form, anything you send them to fill, which can be added to a website, like you applied for this training, right? So we're going to first create that. After that, we connect it to Make, and then once the automation starts from here, once someone fills the form, it comes here, and then it goes there instantly. Correct? Okay, let's go to Make. First, create Let's see customer. There are templates here, okay? Let me just open this and see customer feedback. So for now, you don't need to stress over the process, okay? You can, or you want to also learn how to fill the Google form. Okay, yeah. Okay, so this is the Google form. I'm just editing it. It's called customer orders. Sorry. Would like to hear, place your order. Okay, this is Google form just, okay? Then we say, yes, sir.
Can you go over how to get the customer order?
Oh, yeah, I just used the template. Okay. You go to Google Forms, it's called customer feedback. It's just a template. You can also create a blank form. Or do we create a blank form? Okay, let's create a blank form. I wanted to make my life easier. So you can create a blank form. So it's blank, okay? So we call it customer. I'm going to call it customer orders. Okay? Then okay, we tell them, please fill this form. Let me be more. Place order. Okay. So I tell them name. Okay. Your name. Let me just, okay. Simple. It's required. Names. It's required. Okay. I add another form. To add another question, you select this plus button icon. So email. Okay. So they automatically know that email needs an answer text. Okay. I'm making it required. You see? So what the product, no. Telephone, maybe. Yeah. Telephone number. So you can make it a number. It's okay. Short text. Okay. Let's make it required for now as well. Then we write order product. Okay. Yeah, let's require, and let's do maybe quantity. Then delivery date. These are the basics that we need. Okay, it automatically knows its date. You see? This is the simple form every customer needs to fill. Right?
Yes.
So we are building our workflow. Yes, sir. Really?
So you can just start from the beginning or the Google form.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Okay, let me first complete this. Then I show you I start. Okay, let's start now. This is saved. Okay, how to create a Google form.
Actually, you started that one because of the.
Yeah. I know it now.
As well.
Let me just continue. So I'm going to. What's up? Please say this. So we've created a form, correct?
Yes.
So before we provide it to our customers, we're also going to create a sheet where their data goes. So same, we are literally using Google. Okay, but you can make has a lot of sources. Yeah.
Is it that will be linked but I think it is always there.
Yeah, usually it's always there.
When you go to the responses, you have a linked.
Yeah. But it's different now. I'm going to show you why we need to create a new one. Because now we want to track once the user something enters, we just want to track that. But usually just Google handles that, and then after everyone has, or whenever you want to just download. But once you download it, you can, okay, we want to start from scratch basically and do that heavy lifting. So we're going to know where. So usually someone was asking, and it's a good. Do you all have the forms?
First of all, we start by registering the tool. That tool we are going to select by automatically registering it. You enter in. But also you can fix it if you want. You can create the Google form first, then Google Sheet another one, then you enter the workflow for the tool, which is next. That's the third step now.
Yeah. So we're going to create a Google Sheet.
Yes.
Just an empty sheet.
Yes.
Okay. So someone was wondering, usually Google Forms, when people enter their responses, you can just download them. You have access to the sheets, right? But now we need to start from scratch, basically, so that we monitor every single entry in Make. Okay. So we are going to create sheets. It's also from Google. So if you use Google, and don't worry, that's what we are saying earlier. Okay. Now we are using Google, but don't worry and say, at work we use Microsoft Excel. It's just the same. It has connectors to Excel. Or you say at work we don't use Google Forms, we use Microsoft Forms. They are literally the same, only different companies. Okay. So let's try Sheets. It's for what? So we have created. So here we assume everyone has a Google account, because otherwise it will. Okay, if you're able to create a form, you can also create sheets. So let's create it. Let's call it customer orders. So usually, when you have such a table, you are always monitoring this table and looking into the incoming orders. So let's do add name, just like we are doing in email. Then product, Then delivery date, quantity, delivery date, telephone number. So you are preparing, set column to the left. Sibyo, now you've prepared the sheet. Okay. Okay. So you're good, okay? The other steps, now we are good with this. We also have this, but we need to connect them to make. Okay? So back to, do we have the sheets and the forms? Sorry? No, they are automatically saved to your Google Drive. So usually ibingibi n'ubundi busanzwe bifite iyo niba ushaka automate, if you want to automate something, you already have these, okay? We are just preparing the work. Yeah, they are already saved. In Google, when you create, when you have an account and you create it, it's automatically saved. Okay, so we have this, we have 1,000 credits for free. So we are going to connect. So in Make, when you're creating a project, it's okay. Here is the dashboard. Okay, you're in your organization. So this is the basic of the basic. Okay. So in Make, a business problem like this is called a scenario. So we are going to create what is called a scenario, like a project. So you're going to say create scenario. If you look here, they are suggesting new apps. There are a lot of things. Okay, so let's just create a scenario. Right?
Yes.
Once you click create scenario, something happens. Okay. This is the guide. Okay. You have a plus, a big blue plus. Blue, purple. I don't know. Yes. We all have, right?
Yeah.
So here you can see this, your organization scenarios, the scenarios or projects that you have. So first, we are going to first do this in red. We're going to first connect our forms into Make. Okay? So again, this is a basic example, and you can connect. We have so many connectors. You can connect to Google Forms, you can connect to WhatsApp, you can connect to anything. You can just read. We see the connectors that it has. So let's create one. If you see all apps, see what you can connect to. What's flow control? Oh, it's built in. Google Sheets. These are built-in tools. HTTP. You can connect via the internet. Airtable. You know Airtable. You can connect to Gmail. You can connect to ChatGPT. And connect to a JSON file. So we don't need to know everything, but you can see you can connect Slack. You know Slack, email, text parser, Google Gemini AI, Google Calendar. You can connect it with your ClickUp, Mondays, Dropbox, phone number. You have a lot of MySQL database, OneDrive. Okay, you can connect to anything, but for now, Discord, you see, Postgres, you have a lot. So Postgres, for instance, these are databases you can connect directly to a database and automate it. So for now, let's connect to forms. You search. Google Forms is here. And you can see it's verified, okay? Turahari? Please let me know. Turi kumwe hano. So you are searching, you have created a new scenario. You're searching now for a scenario for the connectors. We good?
Yeah, good.
Okay, so I'm going to connect here. Make sure you follow.
Excuse me. To get the Google form, you should have published it in a Google form, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, now, okay, good question. Now, yeah. You did create. Oh, we didn't publish. Those who did, I published.
Yes, but we didn't publish.
But for you, some of you didn't publish. Now, I'm going to show you, okay? Because we were demonstrating the process. If you did publish it, okay, we are going to follow here. Okay? Then you will do that exercise in the practical session. Instead of all of us doing, instead you are going to be the customers placing orders, right?
You mean that it's be connected for a sheet or a form, be connected to the mail. It has to be published.
Yeah. Okay. Even before that, for people to access it, that's the essence. It's not like it's about play.
Sending the orders.
Yeah.
So for them to send orders is because they can access the form. So as they send in orders, what Make does is automating internally some of the activities.
We're good. So for now, if you haven't published, it's fine. If you have and you can keep up with our pace, that means you're on a very good level. You can continue, okay?
Which means before you communicate, you have created the sheet. Now before you communicate, to acknowledge, you have published.
Yeah, you have.
Before you communicate, like you acknowledge the receipt.
No, when you create a form, because before acknowledging the receipt, that means you acknowledge when someone has filled the form, okay? So before they can fill the form, they need access to the form. And how they get access to the form is after you publish it, you share them with the link, then they get access to the form, they send requests, then now you acknowledge that you received it, right? Okay, we are here now. We were doing groundwork. Now we are in Make. We are going to connect Make to our Google Sheets forms. This is Google Forms. You remember this workflow. We're going to first connect it to form, then to Sheets, then the acknowledgement comes later. Okay, so let's connect to our forms. For those who was able to publish, who is here with me? Just if you published your form. So if you shared me a link, I can be able to enter, to fill it. Good. So for others, it's fine. I don't want us to get distracted. If you can't follow, but if you can't, because in the assignment, okay, let me show you. Let's connect. I'm going to show you something. Once you click Google Forms, itikuzanira ibintu wakora na Google Forms. Correct? You can search forms. That means it retrieves, when you click search forms, it retrieves a list of forms filtered by criteria. Here you want to get a list of forms. That's not what we want. Create a form. This creates a new form, but we've already created a form. We don't need this. But you can always explore. It's not like this is very useful, but for now, Okay, get a form, retrieves an existing form by its ID. Okay, so update a form, updates an existing form by its ID, move a form to trash, removes the form and moves it to trash. Then watch responses. These are form, these are responses. Watch responses. Triggers when a new response is received. Again, watch responses. Triggers when new response is received. List responses. Retrieves a list of responses. Get a response. Retrieves the details of a response by its ID. So you can do a lot. You can see you can do a lot. Okay. So what do you think? Because I've skipped this because I know for sure that what we need, I've already read it. What do you think? It's around here. What do you think we need now? Do we need to update the form?
No.
Do we need to move the form to trash?
No.
Do we need to watch responses? Trigger when a new response is received? Do you need to list responses?
Yes. You need to connect first.
Yeah, that we are trying to connect.
Yes.
But the way we connect, we define the way we connect here. If we say move, update a form, okay? You enter a form. Okay, let's try one of these. Okay. Because there are no responses. So let's assume you are going to get response. You create a connection, but that's not, don't do this. That's not what we are just trying to see what happens.
Yes.
If you want to get, what did we choose? If you want to get responses, basically the essence is make access to that Google form and it gives you the responses. Okay, that's the essence. So let's not create this connection. Let me not ignore warnings. Let me state, delete, then start Google Forms. So what we do, we are going to watch responses. Do you know why we are going to watch responses? Because let me show you what it means. Watch responses. Triggers when a new response is received. We want to monitor them. Once a customer enters a response, we get a trigger. This is what, but if we listed, we would not have a trigger to pass it to the Google Sheets. We'll just have the list. So watch responses, okay? And you can always read, I think it has a documentation. So I also don't know everything here. Okay. I showed you, this is what we want to do, okay? We have a form, we have a shop, and clients request products for products. Once a client requests a product, usually we do not, the problem we have is that's a created scenario. The problem we have is we cannot track their orders, we cannot communicate them, we need to call them one by one, we need to, So now we want to automate that process. First, we need to make sure they place the orders. So for this, for the purposes of this scenario, we said, let's use Google Form to help them order. That's why we've created a new Google Form. We'll give it to our customers, then maybe you share it on a website or WhatsApp, just like people do orders. Then once someone orders, we receive their response, we communicate to them directly that we've received their order. And then we also communicate to our team that an order has been placed. Then we start the delivery process. And we want to automate all that process so that it happens instantly. So we had created the form. Now we had created the sheet to store the thingy, the responses. Now we're going to do the automation. That is where Make comes in. So we are going to first connect it to, because it cannot read it without connection. We're going to connect it to the forms, then to the sheets. After that, we will now do the automations. Now we're connecting it to the forms. Okay. So let's connect to the forms. Okay. Create a connection. So once, have you clicked watch? Those who are watch. So once you create connection, it's called my Google connection. Okay. So you need to sign in with Google. You're giving make access to your forms. So just like you did before, continue. Continue. And this, it's done once, okay? The connection. Now it has access to your Google account. Okay? Not your email, just Google account. You can now read it, can communicate with your documents. Now, form ID, it wants to know the form that you want to read. So there are two ways. One, I'm going to show you a very direct way. You have your form, okay? We have our forms. Where is my forms? Okay, let me go to, you have our forms which we were creating. It's called customer orders. So usually, nubwo tutaya twita ku link, everything muri link, it identifies that document. So form ID, abari iyi ngiyi. This one, between D and edit. Usually a form ID, okay? Muri URL. So you can see gov.in website biriho ni nka directory, ni nka folder. It's like a folder. Muri Google biba bibitsemo. You get? So this is the ID. It's like the name of the form. Then this is the permission. This is the what you're doing on it. So in Make, they've asked us form ID. So that we don't get, because this is unique to this form, you can just come here and copy it. For now, let's copy it. I show you another way. Just copy it between D and edit. Don't add the slashes. This is the ID. It uniquely identifies this. Now push-ups are becoming push-ups. Eh? Okay. So we go back to Make. If you want, you can paste the ID here. But there is also this search. Because it has access to your Google account. You can come here and search. And then government document title, customer, it searches for that. Sibyo? Customer orders. So it uses AI. So you don't need maybe order or orders, okay? Show shared drive forms. Shared drive forms, those are the forms that they have shared with you. So you don't need to, because you don't want to confuse yourself. Show trust forms, no, you have deleted them, you don't need. So, okay. So it searches in your Google Drive. No matches found. Or maybe I'm using a different drive here.
For me, it can.
For you, it can, yeah. So this is not my computer. I don't know which drive I'm using. Data plus one. And my form. So I'm using two different accounts. You see? I'm using two different accounts. Yeah. Okay. So that's good. So you see, now because I have the ID, but this is going to be tricky for you. I'm going to paste it. For you, you can see it. And if you verify well, the ID it has put in corresponds to the form ID, right? I believe around class is it that? But let's watch forms. Okay, I'm going to put the form ID. Okay. After that, so limit. What does limit mean? The maximum number of results to be worked with during one execution cycle. This is like how many orders do you want to be read in Make? So they limit it to 2. As I told you, this is about the credits now. The more you receive, okay? But for now, because we have a free version, you can use up to 1,000 credits. Let's say maybe 10. This is just default.
Yes.
You look like you're confused, are you?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, I will show you. Let's just do them. Okay. Then we do limits. As yesterday we said, push-ups will be increasing. Yeah, save. So no. From which point do you want to start processing data once your scenario is running? You can process either new or existing items in your account. So this, can you guess what this means? So that means it knows that maybe you've been having orders, receiving orders. Okay? And now, maybe a few customers had already placed orders, and now it is asking you, do we start from where there? Okay, those 5, we ignore them, or you want to set it manually, or you want to. So from now on means those who had submitted, we don't track them. We start from now on. Good enough, our form is still, we've just started the business, I assume. Our form is empty. So let's do from now on or do all. So let's do from now on. Then save. You can see here, it shows you how many connections you have. Okay? So are we all here?
Yes.
Let's run this module. We are just going to test it. Okay? We are going to test it. Right click here. Do you have one here? Yes. It shows that you are connected to one source. Right click it and run this module to see what happens. Okay, we have an error, permission denied. For you, you won't get the error.
For me, it's okay.
It's okay. You know why I got this error? So I know why, okay? Let me show you. You can come here and explain error. This is AI, saying one-time error. So C, couldn't access the Google form in this module. The Google connection lacks permission for that form. You know why? If you look here, the account I'm using is not the same account as the form. So I'm trying to access a form that is not mine. You get? So for you, I believe you do not have this error. So many errors. So you skipped one step.
If you followed
aho ushobora kubonera indabo
I mean,
nyine urimo urashaka kugira ngo nyine urebe uko ibintu bigenda bihinduka. Biterwa n'iyo wakunda turi kuvuga ko buri wese ushobora gushyiramo ibyo ushaka iyo ari yo Google Form itavuye abantu inshingano kuri iyi kugera hasi gushaka ko abakiriya bazajya babona aho bazajya bajya icyo ucuruza ubaye coordinating ikindi kintu ushaka kitari iyo wenda urashaka kubona email ukoze mu buryo ku buryo email yose izageza izajya iza direct ikayikwereka n'ibiyirimo byose iyo nayo ni icy'ingenzi kuri za dokima zose amadokima yo wayakoresha birasaba ko ubanza ugakuyagisha google form oya utarajya ukaba zifite google form na google sheet ufite iyi planka cyangwa ugahera ku yindi aho ngaho niba usa nkaho kwiyegereza gutera no kuri iyi no gufata hejuru guhita wiha izina kwanza hejuru amazina n'ubundi uri gukoresha amazina aho ushyiraho izina izina rya dokima iriho izina umukiriya we icyo ari bubone uri gushaka gukora ni urugero andikaho wenda please place and order yego please place ibyo bisaba ko wandika oya hejuru bari kuyita customer n'ubundi kubera ko biriya ubona hejuru hariya ririya zina ryo riraba riri muri Google Sheet yawe muri Google Form yawe yego kugira ngo ubone uko uyishaka ariko noneho kuri dokima y'umukiriya aha wanditse place and order aho handitse customer order noneho hano hasi customer hariya wanditse customer ushaka bahita customer order cyangwa keretse niba nta noneho hasi handika please and order place ubu uri gusaba umukiriya ngo atange komande aho ahari kanda hariya kuri plus kugira ngo gira hano andika hano noneho andikaho hariya option icyo mvuga ubwo iyo ukanze kuri laptop bahita baguha ahandi kandi ushobora kwandikamo ikindi kintu ushaka wenda aho andikaho name ubwo ni izina ry'umukiriya hanyuma noneho ongera kuri baguhaye ahandi wandika ni urugero wenda iyo ni urupapuro rw'umukiriya niko muri guha umukiriya ngo yandike ibyifuzo byiwe kubera ko umucuruzi ni agafomu uri gukora kajya ku mukiriya akakabona akandikaho ibyo ashaka utumiza iwawe ni ukuvuga umukiriya agomba kwiyandikaho wenda none andikaho product icyo ashaka cyangwa telefone noneho andikaho wenda product icyo ashaka ushaka gucuruza product niba ari resitora icuruza ibyo kurya bitandukanye subirayo wenda tuvuge kwanza wenda tuvuge time abishaka ushobora kuba atanabishaka none abishaka wenda saa 10 cyangwa ejo cyangwa wenda ibyo birahagije niyo warekera noneho kagarure kari kazamura turebe niba byose ibyo bashyizeho noneho publishing hariya hejuru ubwo muri make urayifite muri Google birasenda niba ukajya kuretinga Google yego kwandikamo ubundi hakongera kuza n'ubundi akantu kameze nk'akakandi kwandika amashusho bakanda aho hepfo kuri ubundi barakuzanira akantu kameze nk'ak'iyo kugira ngo andika amashusho andika gushyiraho kuri turi kujyana mu bintu byinshi kandi hari uburyo kandi reka turebe muri ibyo andika hariya unakanda kuri Google Sheet lobby jya kuri aho noneho n'ubundi urahandika ngo bya bindi wanditse kuri ya fomu ariko noneho mu buryo bugiye ariko iyo datuma muri excel zo ukuntu babanza kuyigeza ubusanzwe uburyo tayitari ikabayiha nta kibazo andika usanga wandika kugira ngo ukareba uburyo ushobora kugatuma seri kuyigeze kubanza kandi aho kuri annotated ukanda ndavuga hariya baza bandike aho twashyize product imwe ni Google Form byose amazina ntabwo yikarikira ariko imwe ni Google Form ubundi iyi ni Google Sheet ariko nayo yitwa Customize niyo ni Customize ariko iyo ni Google Form So, buri make ubwo tumaze gutekereza aya mabwiriza noneho tugiye kuri iki kuri ya yes, kama meko ubundi ni AI ariko byose meko niyo bikoresho ndashaka kureba televiziyo wati so nashaka gukanda kuri get started uzana igizwe yawe site kuza no kubihuza kugira ngo uze kubasha kuyibona ariya ko kuri noneho ukanda kuri sign up for free urabona ufite ntuzi ebyiri full name ukanda kuri sign up for free iyo ni akarere ni ni nayo iyobora muri make Afurika bayirebera muri noneho
Yes, Benjamin.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, me, I did my part and I didn't find any errors.
I think I have connected, but I've shared the picture in the group to just be sure of what it should look like. Okay, sir.
Yes.
It's the last picture that has just been shared in the group. Okay, please.
Yeah, that's mine.
Just one question. Yes, please. The one I have added, it shows one, I think it shows Google Forms and then one, and then I have not clicked the run once. Should I click it? Okay, let me do that.
No, I can share what I have here. I have shared on the WhatsApp, but there is a Google Forms, some errors, connection value must not be empty. The module contains unsaved changes. I don't know if I can save anyway. Yes. Okay, let me share. Maybe I'm not familiar with this sharing. I don't know. Yes. Well, yes, I see it. Then good. Then present now. Okay. Yes. Share. There is. Okay. Yes. Okay. 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 Yes. Watch responses. Okay. Yes. This one. I use this one. Mm. Mm. I can go back and then I create another one. Blank one, no? Is it this one? I'm lost. Or this one, no? Okay. Hmm. Crazy. What is your name? Add the question. Okay. But I didn't make the Google sheet. Ah. Okay. What is your email done? Then the third one. Address. Let's go. Okay. Yes. Yes. Window. Yeah. Anyone who is the manage, no issue. I go publish. Okay. Yes. 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 I see. Doc.com. Okay. Mm. Mm. This one. Mm. Mm. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Like this. I don't see any change. Mhm. No change. Here? Ah, yes. That one. Yes. Make. Okay. Here. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Save. Okay. Okay. Yes. Hmm. Yes. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, for lunch, I think it's lunchtime. Yeah, yeah. True. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Ben.
Save scenario. I think you can also control save. Remember to save your scenarios, okay? So testing it works. You see? Okay, now it's working. But kubera ko nyiraninze, the module, you can choose where to start. It had chosen all, I believe. Hey, it was not okay. Now let me save it to make sure that it's okay. Now I have my Google Forms integrated. That means, for instance, if I give you the form, I have 2 bands already. Those are 2 customers that have bundles, okay? If I give you the form, you fill, I will have more bundles here, okay? You can see the details. So each bundle, this format is called JSON. It's good for web applications, right? That's why they cannot have a table here. But you can go here under the bundle. This is the response ID, created time today, 8 a.m. Answers, you can see. Collection, product are you looking for? Email for bundle 1, text answers, answers. 1, you can see the email of this customer, correct? This is bundle 1. Bundle 2 is the second customer. Ubwo nta muntu uraha form ngo ayuzuze. Ni response ya form. Okay? If one person, okay, for instance, I'm going to give you a link. You fill it like customers. Then what we'll do, we'll check here. We see the number of responses. They will be corresponding to the number of bundles here. Okay?
So now those responses came from customers.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the connection,
So
the essence.
we need to share the link so that they code their needs.
Yeah.
Then they come into
They
the
automatically come into the system, and the system transfers it somewhere. So I want us to set up this setup, and then I show you how it works in real time.
Yes.
So we are good now. You remember our flow here. Oh, it's gone. Okay. So we are going to set up another connection for the sheets to store the customer inputs. So I'm going to add a module. If you're here, please go with me. Add a module. I choose a data source. It's Google Sheets. So I want to add a row. By adding a row, I append a new row to the bottom of the table. That means if it reads, so what happens? It comes and reads from the output here, the bundles. Then if a new bundle comes, that's a new customer applies, it appends to the Excel sheet. That's what it means. So I'm going to do that. Sheets, add a row, account, I already have. Okay, my Google connection. Okay, drive, click here. So I go to my drive. Under my drive, it's in AI for project management. I look for the file. Okay. File. It's customer orders. The table, it's here. So they are going to show me. So sheet name, it has only one sheet. If it had many sheets, I would, for instance, here, if I added a new sheet, okay, sheet 2, okay, and I come back here, it hasn't read it yet. Let me first change.
Maybe better rename it.
I want to check if it can read the sheets in the same table. So customer orders, sheet, it has not yet, but it should read all the sheets in this table, okay? Yeah, so table contains headers, yes. No, okay, so values now, let's see. So you're going to follow. Are we all following? So you are creating connection. We forgot to connect to make sure that we connect the responses from the Google Sheet forms to kugira ngo zimenye. We want to make sure that they know that customer name corresponds to what question. Because in the form we have enter your name or something else. It's not like that the same. So we are going to connect these columns, okay? So how do you do it? How do you do it? You come here, we have customer name, which is here. Customer name corresponds to what question in the form you see here. So you come and choose, okay? In responses, answer, no, sorry, customer name. It should be value, the value of the name, okay? I told you, you know this format. I told you about this. It's called JSON format. It just represents tables in a web-friendly way. So if you see here, Let me show you how JSON formats work. So it's a data type, okay? Bimeze gutya, okay? When you have a table with name, last name, these are columns. So JSON formats it like this to make to help it it's used in web applications to make sure that web applications can read your tables well. So Nanga, even here, we are reading it in a JSON. It's a table but read in a JSON format. So customer name in our column, in our sheet corresponds to the name. So we go here to answers in it's not answers. So you open answers, you drag its name. So in the name, we want to take the value, the input. So you open name, text answers, the value. You can see here, harahita hazamo name, customer name haze I. So you say the name here, okay? Customer email, the same. Now we are not going to email. Name, we are going to email. We open email, answers, the value is here. We select value, okay? Product ordered, we go to the questions, product you are looking for. You see there are questions. They are not, they cannot read by themselves. But I open it, no. Very carefully. How no, you just open it, inside it, text answers, value. Then you get the value. You can see answer, product you are looking for. Means in this column, product ordered, here, in this column called product ordered, which is C, it will read the answers from the question, product are you looking for? Okay? You can, can I? I mean, here in your form, in our form, okay? These are the questions. To get name, we are saying name, it's okay. To get product, we are saying product are you looking for? Maybe you wrote what product are you looking for? Okay? Someone else maybe said write the product you want to buy. That's a question. Okay? But here in our customer orders, we just have product ordered. So it won't know that the product ordered is the same as the answer to this question. So we want to make sure that the system knows. How? You come here and say product ordered. What should be in the content of the product ordered? It's the answer from this question. You get?
So that they match.
They match. For instance, let me do this, it works, then I'll show you, I'll misplace something. Maybe we take emails, we put them in expected delivery date. You will see that all emails come here, okay? We are just want to do the mapping. So quantity ID, the quantity, sorry, it's here. The answer here. The value of all answers. Expected delivery date. No. Here. Text answers. Okay. So, okay, it's saving, no worries. Let me go back. Okay. So, I want to check. Okay, these are advanced settings. Now, so you can see our sheet, Yafashe, other sheets behind, but it's okay. Here, is in it, we'll just ignore. So let's save. Okay, now I'm going to test by running this module. So unformatted, you can see Google Forms, answers, name text answers, email, you can see. So the email corresponds to this. I say, okay. Okay, has it inserted the rows? Yes. Okay, we are going to go into our customer orders. We see if something has happened. Okay, let me run again the whole project. Yeah. So this has completed. This is not completed. Okay. I want to, let me see. Okay. It wasn't picking anything. Let me do this and run. Okay, now they are working. It's because the Google Sheets was picking nothing. The Google Forms, it was expecting new forms. So this is working. Let's see here. This is ours. You see? Now, how do we expect it? Now, I'm going to give you, okay, let me first show you. No, I'm running it manually. But you don't always have to come and run it. But I'm saving what we call credits. The more you run, the more you waste the credits. But you can schedule it, okay? Every 15 minutes or maybe if you want to get the reports, you can maybe hourly or daily maybe, okay? But for us, let's not schedule it. Let's run on demand. Okay. So now what we are going to do, I'm going to give you a form, Fabrice. Okay. We're going to share. We are going to share you a form. We are going to assume that, even online, that you are customers, okay? Then we send you a form for request of orders, right? Nunguko nafata a form, I post it on my WhatsApp for marketing, and I tell you this is way. If you want to request for an order, then you fill it. Then we see if this automation works. And please, let's test. Okay, let me show you. Let's test for just 3 people so that because we have another automation, we'll now use it for other automations. Okay? Yes.
Why do we have to use Google Form and Google Sheet? First of all, one of those forms cannot work by using. Yes, one is for the customer to use it when is pressing an order. I mean Google Form. Then Google Sheet its role is just for us to receive orders, or there is a
to store, just for the storage.
Just for the storage.
For storage. Okay. Because at the end of the day, you don't need to go into the orders, and when the connection is set, that's the time you want to save.
Okay.
Okay.
Square review file.
Let's go.
It can work like your review files to store.
Yes. So that process was just for being able to see the storage.
The storage.
Okay.
To get the storage, because now we are going to do some other extra things. Okay, we are good. Has someone filled the form?
Is it expensive so that it needs to use manually?
Where? I think I want us because minimum in 15 minutes. You cannot wait for 15. ariko in an ideal environment running for 15 minutes nanone it's too soon. Yeah, they're expensive.
ariko ushaka gusetinga anytime you want.
Yeah. Hano iyi ni default baradufasha ariko in minutes you can just say in 1 minute, so it runs the whole thing every minute. Niba uri business running cyane, of course you need to have the updates. Okay, are we good here? No, I want us to be quick because we'll have an exercise. No, Ario, you sit and think. Has anyone filled the form? Yes. You have? Okay. Noneho reka mbereke. I'm going to see responses. Which form are you filling?
I simply from WhatsApp.
Do you have WhatsApp? Do you have WhatsApp? Added.
No.
Which WhatsApp?
I submitted to the one I sent to your WhatsApp.
It's different. Wakoze link nshyashya muhinge. Dufite WhatsApp.
Ukoresha WhatsApp.
Yaje sidushya. We sent the wrong one, okay? No, let me send a new one on WhatsApp. Yeah, let me send it.
So is there a way to connect with a number? You have to put a number there so that you can connect on the WhatsApp. There you can
Now you hear
via an email. That process we used, we receive them via email, but to receive it, to use WhatsApp mobile number. Does it?
Oh, okay, to connect it to this one.
Yes, kugira ngo umuntu abe yakwandika akoresheje nimero WhatsApp.
Naho harimo connector ya WhatsApp business. Any ntacyo kuko if it's a big business haba hariho izihari n'ubundi. Okay, so we have 5 are enough. By the way, I set to minimum 10, maximum 10. Okay, so let's stop to 5. Let me do this. Okay, we have 6. Okay, you've now new customers are arriving. Now you can see nothing is here yet because we have not set it to automatically run, but we are going to run it manually. Okay, right? So I'm going to run the whole thing manually. So what happens is you can see they are here inside the Google Sheets. Okay. So for instance, this is a quality issue. 1 dozen. Ariko habiterwa na form n'ubundi. You need to restrict people. Can you see? Okay. So now we are going, you can see the connection works. Now we are going to add another part of our architecture that we had. So the other part we are going to add is now after a customer has placed an order, you remember we had to acknowledge, correct?
Yes.
So how do we acknowledge? By let's assume we want to send them an email, right?
Yes.
But you can also do WhatsApp. There are very many connections. Let's do an email. So what we do is we add, you can see here, just like we did here, add module, okay? So if you add module, Now we look for email. Send an email, okay? Aggregate, search, but we want to send now. Let's send. So Gmail connection is on. So we are going to set up, okay? To the recipient, the customer. So you come here, you can choose between Google Sheets or Google Forms. But now, to make sure that it is cascaded to make sure that if, of course, if it fails, if the sheet is empty, then you won't. So let's connect to the sheet. Or maybe, let me not complicate it. Okay, let me use Google Forms still. Okay, we are going to recipient, that we are going to get the email of the customer. So it's email. What's inside the email? The value. Okay. Correct. Then subject, let's say order received. Okay. Correct. Now, body type, you can do raw HTML or collection of content images. We don't need this. Let's use raw HTML. Then the content. Okay. So the content, we want to personalize the email, right? We say if Jotham has placed an order, we say hi Jotham, blah blah. Okay. So we're going to say hello. So we pick name. Okay. Name of the customer. Again, you look for the value. Okay. We say thank you for cyangwa se let's make it brief. Order received. Order of, to make sure that order of, we put quantity. You see? Order of 1 dozen of what? Of product. Order of 1 dozen of product has been received. Okay? Correct? Thank you. Just, you can also add, maybe you will get it before the delivery date that is. So this is good. Do you need attachments for now? No. But you can add them. You can also have advanced settings. From you add the email. So for instance, my email. It's there because I am. If you want to CC anyone, you can do BCC, you see? Then save. Okay. Now we are going to do what? We are going to run, let's first test this. Okay, I believe it's working. If it's not, you remember why we need to first test this one. If we run this, we will run the whole thing. But let me run it. So finished. Okay, now you see it didn't reach the Google Sheets. You know why? Because now Google Forms reads new incoming orders. Correct? Now if I change it, okay, let's not add new orders. Let's use the ones we already have. Okay. Okay. But you now understand that if someone orders now, we can automatically see it. So I'm going to change it to all. Let me run it. It's working, but I need to change to all. So all the 6. Now what are you guessing? We are going to see you, but again there is a glitch here. Let me show you. what will happen. But if you run it, you are expected to get an email. Who of you here has submitted? So that they confirm they received the email. Ninde wujuje form here? Oh, because I closed it. Okay, who is honest?
It's me, but I can say miss it too in the email.
In the email?
Say honest in the 20.
Okay, you see, again, we can set up such restrict. So what if an email is not valid? What happens? Do we skip? Do we raise an error? Something like that. Who has a valid email here? Okay, I know I have. Let me see my Gmail. My other Gmail. This one. Okay. So you can see it. There is nothing like an order. Because I placed an order, let's run the other thing. I want to see if I get an email. So even Gmail has turned green. 4, 5, 6. Everyone must have now an email. But if it wasn't valid, so let me check. I should receive an email. You see? It's here. Order received. So you can see it is tailored to me. Hello, Dan Majambe. Order of 85 books has been received. Okay, I wrote it. I did complete it. But you can see. Okay, so that means if a new person orders for something, they will automatically receive that. We've received your application, blah, blah, blah. So this is what is happening. Now, the business is not over. Nababwiye the glitch is irongera loading hano. That means there will be duplication here. Ariko, that's fine. It's something we can manage. It's not like nikukora nuko. That's how we've set it up. Okay. Okay. So you remember? You do you know why they're duplicating themselves? So we run all, and we again run the pipeline on what we already had. That's why it always automatically goes to new orders. Okay, and you have to always change. All right. So now business is not over because now the client needs to be informed, but even someone responsible needs to be informed. So how? You can send it to your teams. Okay, you can send it to your Slack. You can send it to a Slack team or something. So what are we going to do? But first of all, okay, let me the other architecture. So this is working. Now, we are going to add, okay, this is a condition. Okay. So I'm adding it. Now you see, I won't add it here. Instead, it also reads from the Excel, then it also tells you. It's not hano waba ugiye kureba muri inbox yaba, which is not possible. So you also read it from add it, it should. Okay. You see the connection now. Okay, I'm going to first set up. Okay. You remember how we had planned. User enters, places orders, we store it. After storing it, they get a notification, we also get a notification. We don't get notification after this one. Okay? That's why we should connect it to this one.
Oh, yes.
You get? So let's see connectors. So I can also send myself an email or if you have a Slack, okay? Or if you use Teams, Microsoft Teams, okay? You can send it to a channel. Let's see what's up. So I am skipping this because I cannot use my Teams, right? It's not mine. But I'm going to show you what's up.
Can you add different channels at the same time?
Yeah.
Let's say email of someone, WhatsApp.
Yes, you
Slack
can.
at the same time.
Yeah, you can. So let me show you Microsoft Teams. Okay? But I won't do it because it's a company's Teams, right? But ni sans. So oh wait. Oh sorry. So we search like we're doing soft Teams. Then triggers when a new Microsoft Team office is created. No. Update a channel. Now you want to update a channel on Teams. Once something happens here, we update the channel. This is what we need. Okay? So let's do update channel. Then create connection. Now it will take me to my Microsoft Teams. Okay? But I will stop here. You get? So we are going to instead use Gmail because Teams is not mine. I don't want my admin to see that I'm trying something, okay? Now instead, let me send myself an email. Now, instead of sending, I get an email, okay? Or copy an email or move an email, but here it's get an email, okay? So message ID, if empty, okay, wait. It's confusing me now. Wait, let me start. This has worked. I want to. Why is it not coming? Add module. I want to remove this connection.
Or maybe you're supposed to add it before that email from client.
Those urumva they are from the same source. It's not like you can. Instead, okay, if I choose to, I can instead add a router. So usually when you add a new module here where they are interconnected, it automatically creates a router. So the router, like how it works in networking, it just routes the messages. So if we do this, you see, now this can, usually it automatically adds itself. So it routes, it gets messages here, it transfers it here or here. Okay. Have you got how we have done this? Have we seen? So usually, when you create more than one connection, the router automatically comes. Now it was not coming. I just added it. So what the router does, okay, it's just like normal routers. It gets the message from here, it routes it from here, and routes it from and to here. So let's get an email. But as you've seen, you can connect to Slack, to WhatsApp, to Teams, to everywhere. So I'm trying to, I defined, okay. And then I want to do no reply. No. Set ID. I haven't configured it well. Okay, so I've just sent. Okay, yeah. I was. If you want to handle invalid ID value, yeah. No, but this. Let me get help. Okay, I'm failing to get the image, the message ID, but I can do this. So I'm trying to, when you get an error, you can just search it on internet. Then Okay, I haven't read this well. Let me check if it. Okay, it's failing. I'll look into it and see why the message ID is not working. But you can also add another thing. So the good thing with this is you just use the visuals, okay? So for instance, add route, you can also add something else, the question you're asking, maybe some other connection, okay? So many connections from here. You get? So let me look into it and make sure I address it here. You receive the email. You can add other connections, okay? Okay. Or if someone can use their Teams to receive the email, if they volunteer, we can do it. So there's something else. Leave this like this. So there's something else I want to show you, okay? Maybe let's go to our orders, okay? You see, some people are writing things, there are some errors, okay? You can filter this out. But the best thing is, number one, you need to do that in Google Forms to enforce that. But still, you can use, for instance, let's say you have orders, maybe you want orders. You are currently, maybe because of the Strait of Hormuz that is closed, you are receiving orders of less than 50 or 50 quantity. Okay? You don't want to promise deliveries that you won't deliver, okay? So what do? That means you set something like a filter to make sure that the only order that reaches you is the one that is below 50 something, if it's schedule or what, okay? Then you also tell the client that unfortunately we do not have this amount. Okay, so let's first.
You cannot get on that Google form, I think.
You can as well do this. Okay, well, to
inform
avoid
him before ordering.
Yeah.
Pressing the button.
But also here in Make, you can as well do it. Okay. So what do? First of all, hello, Kwana Niwes.
Hello.
It's becoming complicated. Eh? Is it complicated? We need a break. It's just from the break. Let's energizer. Who can now give us an energizer? Anything. There is no energizer. Eh?
You can put a video on YouTube with dance.
Okay. Check. It's called chicken dance.
There's no space for that. Yeah. There's no space for chicken dance. You know, like, turn around. There's no space.
Can you get?
Hey. Okay. So let's see how to get to add filters. Okay, we're going to get filter to see how we can add filters. How do I add filters? So by filters, what's the logic of filters? To get some portion of the data, right? Or information, right? So you can, it's not that if we apply it here, you can think of wherever you would need a filter. Maybe you want to add some other connector that sends the message to your boss, and you want to filter some of the orders. Not all orders need to go to the boss, maybe for approval, right? You can think of that in a bigger picture, not just here. But for now, let's add a filter from our order table orders table. So a filter, you can see this icon here. Everywhere it is there. So label, get orders less than 50. Get quantity 50. Okay. Condition. So you see it prompts you to the thing. So you can get it directly from the Google Forms. and say quantity value should ubwo twavuga should one be less than or equal to 50. Okay? Or you can even compare fields here. 50. Okay? So you can add so many rules. So let's do this. Get orders less than 50. So what we are going to do is, let me show you something. Okay. How do I want to delete all responses, okay? And this. So we are going to update this. So we are going to update this thingy, okay? This form, please, you can fill it. I'm also going to fill it. Okay. So let's fill it. We can add orders of 100, maybe 20. Then we see which orders will appear in our customer tables after the filter. Wait, let me see where I've added the filter. No. It should be here. You see? And link, remove filter. It should, you see, it should go here between the Google form and the Google Sheets, okay? Maybe you can add one here. You say, okay, I'll be sending emails to customers who are maybe from here or who have this quantity of orders, right? So I should put it here. Okay. Then condition, I say quantity should be less than or equal to 50. Okay. Now, okay, now what we are going to do, we are going to fill the form again. Let me share with you the link, but I had shared it with you. Let me shorten it again and share it on WhatsApp. But before, I want people to see my WhatsApp messages. Okay, I've sent it. Fill the form. I'll get the first. You can do a mixture. You can do 100, the quantity. You can ask for 100, someone else asks for 20, then we'll see what will be reflecting in the table. So let me also fill it. And Okay, you can also add a filter like deliveries that are expected maybe in less than 5 days. We don't take them because we cannot deliver. You get? Eh? Hey, okay. So we have, oh, we already have 10. You can, okay, let me stop. So we have 11. Let me see the quantity. Pen, milk, pens, chicken wings. So we have 1,000. Okay, 490. Okay. So what do we expect? We are expecting 7, 26. Actually, just these. Okay. Because this is not valid. It has schedule. So how many are we expecting? We are expecting 7 and 26. The others are way above 50. The quantity, okay? So let's run our pipeline. I'm calling it a pipeline, our automation. We see. Okay? And only those, okay, the error is fine, it's for this one. And only those, you can see here the green ones. 6 of us, 6 of them have, okay, processed. Okay, we are going to see which ones have been added to the sheets. Just one person of 7. So others were way beyond 50. You saw it, right?
Yes.
So they were an of 28 because I put, if you see well, it's because of this limitation here. I put here 10. Now let's put maybe 100, okay? And run okay. So we have 11 bundles, which is fine, okay? Now let me actually get kugira ngo itaza ku 100. Now I have set a limit to 100. So everyone will. So let's run again. Okay, choose where to start. I'm going to read all. So Uriam, again, what does this mean? We are azamo kabiri, you see? Because we are running all, okay? Which is okay. I want to add the other one of 26. Save, then run. You should be receiving emails, those who are here. 26 is not coming. They should be coming. Let me see. Who said 26? So it's filtering out 26, maybe 26. Okay, it's here. Chicken wings.
Not easy to know that, that's why.
Hmm?
See, on 8, that's probably why.
No. Shouldn't. Should. Let me check the filter. Okay, Uzukun, you know what I'm going to do? Or it's less than and or quantity, so I'm going to manipulate it. Don't worry, hano ngiye manipulating contains abantu basigaye yego kanze nari sinzi impamvu itarimo kuzamo. Hari angara abantu basigaye inyuma. Okay, maybe. Okay, where are we stuck? Like where are most of us stuck?
No, we're not yet. Yeah. We're moving.
Okay, we are going to start from. Ariko please, ngiye gusubiramo bwa nyuma. If you encounter a question, please. I've said, if you don't understand, stop me, but nobody stopped me. I did. Okay, let me go back, okay? No, we won't go from the beginning. Here.
Yes. Fine from there. From there is okay.
I have a suggestion.
Yes.
Since we have co-facilitators with us, we can work into groups and then we do practices into small groups. Maybe when you get stuck, we can call upon you, but
Okay, yeah, it makes
if we
sense.
keep on theories, I'll go almost none.
I wanted that. Okay, let's finish from here for this. I had an exercise. Maybe instead of giving you that, I wanted to do exactly that with that exercise. But now, maybe the exercise will be a bit complicated. Let's first complete this, what we've already in the groups, okay? Instead of doing the exercise, we do this one in groups, okay? So I'm going to just try to replicate these. Okay? Just replicate this and add a filter as a group. So we are going to make groups. Let's form groups here. So let's count each in. They are cascaded. Make sure that before you go here, this is working. That connection. Ukuraza kugera hariya and so we are going step by step. Let's form 5, 5. 5.
For me, you know where I was stuck from here.
Yes.
Tumekoresha iminota isigaye. So we need to speed up. We just have 8 minutes.
Yes, hello.
Saga, how far have you gone? For me, I'm stuck. Yes, Benjamin, can you hear me? I'm, I'm stuck. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I can present mine.
Okay.
Right. Are you able to see it? Okay, so I think I could go back to this part. Can you see it?
Me, I I only have Google Form. Yeah, I'm trying to open a Google Sheet as well.
Yeah, I have both, so Google Form, Google Sheet.
Um, I also have the Google Form and the Google Sheet.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay. Delete. Okay. For this part I remember you go here, and then you look for the Google Form. It's the first one I understood. Go to the Google Form. Google Forms are here. Yes. Oh. Yes, please. So once you've gotten to this point, for you to add a form, you tap on Get Form, and so it's your okay. So I cancel this. Yeah. So, oh, sorry, let me just take note of that. Sorry. On the ID, I don't have to search it. Mm. Okay, let me try again. Let me try again one more time. First, delete this. I go back to the form. Copy from here. There. Paste it. Search. Customer order. What it was? Just be sure. Okay. I don't know why it's not working now. It was working earlier. Do I just maintain it the way it is? Benjamin, Stanga, do I maintain it the way it is or should I do it again?
Me too, I did it the same way, like how you are doing. So I don't know why it is not working for now. That's
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. I think it has worked. Yeah. So, save. Then, from which point would you? Save. Yeah. Yeah. For this one, I do add when I'm adding this, I add a sheet, right? At this point, I do add sheet, right? Sang, are you there? Sanga,
Yes, yes.
do I add a sheet at this point?
You know, because me, I was stuck there, so I'm trying to imitate what you are doing. So I'm following you instead.
I thought I was alone, man. I'm waiting for
Yeah,
Benjamin to come back.
yeah, he will come soon.
Because I think since we did
So is there some data which you put in Google Sheet, or it's just a Google Sheet and you rename it? You have it.
I got this is the Google Sheet. So what I did is to look at the fields that were already in the Google form. And so like name, email, telephone, product, quantity, and delivery date in that order.
I see.
And then just added it to, so I picked it from this and just put it here.
But I think that's try to add it the same way.
Okay.
And you will see what will happen.
Got it. Let me look for it here. There's this. Add the sheet. So you go search by path, my drive. Click here to choose file.
I think that's when it is saved on your computer, probably.
It's saved it on the Google Drive. I don't know why it's bringing this. Maybe I can search it. Customer. Let me do this. Customer orders. Yeah.
Great.
Then I don't know what this means. I think I shouldn't mess with it. Do I have to touch that? I think I should just leave it.
Let's wait for him.
Because I'm seeing this part here that has title. Okay, let me first check here and I am sure that all the information is the same. Let me just do some edits. I'm seeing I call this.
Meanwhile, let me try to catch you up.
Carry.
Because for me, I'm not even there.
Hey, let me wait for you.
Yeah.
Just have to make some tiny edits here. To customer name. Because I just written name. Then I change this to customer email. Change this to customer telephone. And the rest is the same. That's where I am now.
Jonathan.
Yes, please.
Can you show me your Google Sheet? The Google form.
Google Sheet, eh?
No, Google form. I want to see what is
yeah.
included in the Google form.
So I had the customer name.
So this was automated.
I think it's just part of just the form itself. The automation is not yet done.
I mean you choose something in the Google form which is already formed by Google, and then you change the name, the titles.
No. This one I did a new what? a new form.
Mm.
So after doing the new form, I just edited and put customer name, email, and the telephone, product, quantity, and then delivery date. So all of these they're just edited by myself.
Okay.
That's what I saw the guy doing.
You know, me, what I did is amazing.
Tell me.
Because I had another Google form which has been launched.
Mm.
I just took it and I uploaded it in Make. So I
Okay.
didn't have to go through all of that.
Okay.
But as now I have some time, I want to follow orders. Like, I was trying to.
And at this point, time to understand how the system works, we have to follow orders, man. Because really, what I'm seeing there's this point where they do routing.
Yeah. Let me see. Let me see again on your Google form. I want to see those titles.
Let's start from the top.
Yeah, from the top.
So the first one has customer orders. It's the first one.
Customer
That's the
order,
name.
customer name.
It's the name. Then you have name. Now you have customer email.
Mm.
Then you have telephone.
Customer name, customer email.
Then you have telephone.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have product.
Customer email, customer telephone.
Uh-huh.
So customer email is not included.
The email is the one. It's immediately after the name. Immediately after the name, there's the email.
Okay.
Yeah. So then after that, you're going to have the telephone. Then you're going to have the product.
Product.
Mm-hmm. Then you will have quantity. Then you'll have delivery date. Yeah, you see for the date here, there's this thing that comes up when you're editing. Instead of it being a short answer, you have to look for it and put a date, like a calendar date here. Instead of putting short answer, you put calendar date here, this one.
So I'm going to add date.
Yeah, so in this
after quantity.
Hmm?
After quantity is delivery date.
Yes, it's delivery date.
Delivery date, and among options, I choose date.
Yes, so that someone can just put in. Then I think also for quantity, let me see if there's a number. Put a number.
It's not a short, it's a number. Short answer.
Are you seeing it? I do this one, eh? Okay. But then that means, you know what's interesting, Saga, is that if you have, like, let's say, a maximum quantity that you can produce, that you can give, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you do a drop down, I think you can write like maybe minimum quantity is 5, and then you do maximum quantity as 10, right? Huh?
Mm-hmm.
And then this should
So you choose from 1 to 10.
Yes, so they can choose from 1 to 10. Let me first see how it will work. No. Let me try to change it again, and I see. Let me go back here. Let me first do this short answer, then I go back and do drop down. Then my first will be 10. right?
Mm-hmm.
Then I think let me just do it. So you just do 10, 9, 8, 7,
I see.
6.
So he chooses among those options.
Yeah, so that we have like in case we have a minimum order or a maximum order, and then also it helps you deal with the other issue where for example he told us to put quantities, and then for me I had put what? I had put a dozen. I had written 1 dozen. So that means that when you get that data and it's actually reflecting on your in your form, I think you'll also have like you'll have quality issues because now one is saying 1 dozen, another is just saying 10 and things like that. You get so
Yeah, you see.
yeah. So now let me see what it will look like.
Let me do the same.
Let me try it out and see how it will work.
5, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, as we wait for Benjamin to come. Then, so let's try it out. If we go to this,
So let's go to Google Sheet.
we had the Google Sheet. It's here.
So Google Sheet will be named the same, customer order, right?
Yes, customer order.
And then
you have customer name, email in the same order.
So can't I copy or do I?
How will you copy? I think it will be hard, but you would have just done that. It will be
Yeah.
easy that way. You just copy
If you can read for me, I can just be faster.
Okay, so where are you?
Customer name.
You had customer name, eh? So now you type customer email.
Customer name, customer email.
Then customer telephone. Then you do product.
Telephone. I'm writing all of those in fast log. Is it true?
And so it has to be in the first row. So under A1 has to be customer name, B1 has to be customer
So
email.
I changed title A and rename customer name.
No, you don't change the title. I was just showing you like the location on the sheet. So you have
Okay.
A and then number 1. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
So
I see. Yeah.
so A1 should be customer name, B1 should be customer email, C1 should be customer telephone, then B1 should be product. Then E1 has to be quantity.
Yes.
And then F1 has to be delivery date.
Delivery date.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So once you have that, then you also have to like save it. With that.
I think it's auto-saved.
Yeah, it's also saved really. Yeah. It's just that up here you have to change the title from untitled to customer orders.
Customer order. Yeah, I did.
Yeah. So let's go back to this and we see what we do next.
So to connect the Google Sheet then.
Now to connect Google Sheet, you'll have to tap back. Should we?
Yes.
Yeah, welcome back, Benjamin. I'm still stuck here at Google Sheet. Okay, so what I did the plus, and then we had search by path, my drive, and then selected customer orders. There. Maybe we go back. Let's go back because Kali, let me cancel this and then delete. It's here. Okay, so that's what you do. Here. Okay. Okay. So the sheet name is sheet one because it's only one sheet. Okay, just a minute. Sheet one. Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry.
This one.
Spread the sheet name. What can I do? Okay, customer order. Okay, done. Sheet name. Okay. Okay.
Yes. So we scroll.
Table contains the header. Yes.
Okay. This one. Okay.
Sorry. You click on the customer name.
Yeah.
Yes. Customer name. What is your name? Question ID grade. Is it like this?
Yes, that's what also can that's what I'm seeing on my screen. Second. Customer name, question ID, and grade.
So
We do the same for the rest.
yes.
Yeah.
Grade question. Customer email.
After?
What is your email?
The answers. I'm seeing the answers up here. Maybe let me try this.
Grade is.
Are you seeing it?
No.
Can you let me bring you back a little bit behind? While adding a Google Sheet, where do we choose?
Okay, let me go back just briefly. We cancel this. So we do it afresh. Okay, let me cancel this too.
Yeah.
So you go to this point and you say add module.
Hello.
So when you go to this search section, you're going to Google Sheets.
Can we,
after Google Sheets, you go to add row.
be together for a moment? No.
Then you
The same to the people online too. Since time has caught us, just a few communications to take us through the week. And, yeah, I was just talking to Dan and we were saying, I hope now you realize that ChatGPT is AI, but AI is not ChatGPT. So people I think people keep on confusing the two. Like, since I know how to ask a question ChatGPT, what do I need to know about artificial intelligence? And the more you know, actually the more you realize that you don't know. Yeah. So this particular exercise that we've been working on this, I hope you can relate it to your own working responsibilities. Have you started to realize any of your work activities, your job responsibilities that you can automate through this system? Yeah. If you're an accountant, you know that there are people who submit to you invoices. So you're not supposed to always, let's say, if people submit invoices to you, there's supposed to be a process of automation. They say responding to such emails, submitting the invoice or taking them to a particular file. All that can be automated. If you're an HR, at least that's the basic example we took from this training. People apply for a job, and through filters, you can immediately filter those who qualify and those who doesn't. And if you can filter those who qualify and those who don't qualify, you easily have a response email to respond to those who don't qualify immediately, that you don't really fit into this program. So as we keep on brainstorming, you realize that this and this activity doesn't really need to keep taking my time. As I do my job, it can be automated. Like this particular make.com, you have 1,000 automations per month to run. And you have 3,000 applications you can automate, you can integrate. So you realize that it can really help you so much. Just look through the applications that are available and see which ones that would be really useful for communications, for routine tasks, and all. Now, we still have challenges looking at how the situation is. And this is part of the reason we have a recap session in the middle of the week, at least for people who have been part of our program before. So on Thursday, from 7 p.m. online, we have a recap session of only 2 hours. This is where, in the exercise that our trainer is going to give us, if you had challenges, if you have been struggling with something, that's where it is addressed. So when we come back on Saturday, we are fresh for some new stuff. We are not repeating the same things we went through the last weekend. Because that gives us a momentum, as we have to cover a lot of things in only 6 days of the training. As we speak now, 2 days are gone. So we are remaining with two weekends, and we want to cover as much as possible. So that's why we have so much an intensive program. We want to cover a lot, but in a short period, and we want to have practice in that process. Yeah, so it's not mandatory. The Thursday session, it's not mandatory, but if you feel like you need it, I'm going to share the link on WhatsApp, and you can join Thursday, 7 p.m. We hope that by that time, most of us are from work, so that's why we put it in those evening hours. And that WhatsApp group is there. We are all from the trainer, myself, the co-facilitators are there. In case you have any challenge, please just text in the WhatsApp group. Someone is going to come to help you schedule an individual one-on-one call to see challenges you are facing. Yeah. So if that's the answer a question, we can close from here. Go and just get a little bit of a weekend that is remaining, because that's the sacrifice. That's the cost we are paying for the skills that we want to gain. At least at the end of this month, you get back your weekends. If anyone has a question, we can address it, but if not, we can call it an evening. Thank you so much.
Sorry, I do have a question, please.
Sorry?
I do have a question on the line.
Yes, please. You can ask.
Actually, I want to know if we have access in that data plus.
You mean access to the LMS?
Yeah, that's true.
Yes. So this evening, the course materials are supposed to be uploaded on the platform, which means you'll be able to access them from there.
Okay, thank you.
From tomorrow, you should be able to access the course from the platform. That means you can get the notes, the reading materials, some videos for you to practice with and review on your own.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, guys. Have a good evening and a great week ahead.